Turn in, turn on.
Okay, they'll turn them up here. If I need to do a little introduction, I will. Okay, wait, hold up. I'm a little bit nervous. Let me say something right quick. Good morning, everybody. We are the Stop Cop City Choir. We appreciate y'all for coming out this morning. We know it's early. There's been a lot of work and coordination that went into putting this conference together. We are so appreciative to IPA, to PSL, and all the partners for having this vision. We're grateful to everyone who came out this morning, and we want to start you out with a little joy, because we know that in this fight that we fight, we cannot forget our joy, because it is literally what will keep us going. Our joy is what is going to continue to propel us through so that we can get to that socialist horizon that we want to see, right? So I hope you enjoy the soulful sounds of the Stop Cop City Choir.
Well, I woke up this morning with my mind.
Stay on freedom.
I woke up this morning with my mind.
Stay on freedom.
I woke up this morning with my mind.
Stay on freedom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I'm walking and talking with my mind.
Stay on freedom.
I'm walking and talking with my mind.
Stay on freedom.
Walking and talking with my mind.
Stay on freedom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Walk, 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 walk with your mind on freedom. Walk, 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 walk with your mind on freedom. Whoa, walk, 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 talk, 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 talk with your mind on freedom. Talk, 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 talk with your mind on freedom. Whoa, talk, 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 talk.
My mind is yours.
Stay on freedom. Stay on freedom.
My mind is yours.
Stay on freedom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Stay on freedom. this strength that I have, the world didn't give it to me. Oh, this strength that I have, the world didn't give it to me. This strength that I have, the world didn't give it to me. The world didn't give it, the world can't take it away. This love that I have, the world didn't give it to me. This love that I have, the world didn't give it to me. This love that I have, the world didn't give it to me. The world didn't give it, the world can't take it away. The world didn't give it, the world can't take it away. One more time. The world didn't give it, the world can't take it away. What the world needs now is joy and resistance. We will fight the good fight, with or without your assistance. Move out of the way if you can support the mission. What the world needs now is joy and resistance. What the world needs now is love and resistance. We will fight the good fight, with or without your assistance. Move out of the way if you can support the mission. What the world needs now is love and resistance. What the world needs now is hope and resistance. We will fight the good fight, with or without your assistance. Move out of the way if you can support the mission. What the world needs now is hope and resistance. What the world needs now is peace and resistance. We will fight the good fight, with or without your assistance. Move out of the way if you can support the mission. What the world needs now is peace and resistance. What the world needs now is joy and resistance. We will fight the good fight, with or without your assistance. Move out of the way if you can support the mission. What the world needs now is joy and resistance.
Hey, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. City. Turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let Cop City turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let Mayor Dickens turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let Mayor Dickens turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom. Oh, one more time. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land.
Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what he stole from me. Took it back. Took it back. And I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what he stole from me. Took it back. Took it back. Now he's under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Then I went down to the city hall and I took back what they stole from me. Took it back. Took it back. And I went down to the city hall and I took back what they stole from me. Took it back. Took it back. Now they're under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Then I went down to the river and I gave thanks for the life in me. I gave thanks. I gave thanks. And I went down to
Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Man, y'all give it up for the Stop Cop City choir. Man, the energy. Let's do some more chants. Let's remind us who really got the power. When I say who got the power, y'all say we got the power. And when I ask what type of power, you say people power. Who got the power? What kind of power? 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 I know that's right.
Man. Oh, man. Yo, how y'all feeling? Hold on, one more time. How y'all feeling? It is our great honor to welcome y'all to a Socialist Horizon, the People's Solutions for Humanity. Oh my gosh, what? We're here, y'all. This is a conference hosted by the International People's Assembly, the North America chapter. Give it up for them. This is amazing. It's so good to have y'all here today. So I look in the crowd and I see some old faces, I see some new faces, so let's do a little bit of a roll call. All right, so I gotta start with respect. Atlanta, you in the building? All right, I think Atlanta's here. All right, let's get to some neighbors. The Carolinas, y'all in the building? Oh, the Carolinas are here.
Present.
All right, let's go West Coast. California. All right, represent. Hold on. New York, you in the building. All right. I heard we got some Kentucky folks around here. Where y'all at? Oh, they in here. All right, Florida. All right, who am I missing? Call it out. Louisiana? Oh, y'all are everywhere. I can't even hear. All right, welcome. Yeah. What? Seattle? Oh my God, okay, all right, I will talk with y'all later. All right, y'all. So we are gathered here today, I feel like I'm about to start preaching, because we know the issues we face. We know the violent police brutality, we know the attack on our reproductive rights, we know the increase in cost of living. You can't do nothing. Dollar Tree ain't even $1 no more. Y'all felt that, I felt that too, my wallet feels it. And we know that this system not only cannot solve these issues, but it does not care to. So that's why we're here today, because we're here to find a people solution. We're here to find solutions that put our community at heart, that put people over profit, and that actually create a society where we can live with peace and dignity, and we could breathe, easy, because I'm not breathing easy, y'all, under this system. Are y'all? Nah, I feel stifled, but I'm ready to breathe easy, so we gotta build that. So we got a packed day for y'all. I'm excited. Are y'all excited? I think they're excited. So what we got going on?
Let me actually introduce myself. My name is Sati. I'm an organizer with the Answer Coalition.
Oh yeah, I don't even know. My name is Saidi.
Y'all,
I'm with the People's Forum in New York.
y'all don't know who I am. It's okay. You don't need to know. I'm Monica with the PSL. Thank y'all for being here.
We are so happy today to have all of you join us here and have you be a part of this international process of dialogue and discussion, around the question of the many crises facing working class people in the United States today, and actually working class people across the world who are, basically they're being dominated by the capitalist ruling elites. And we're here to talk about the solutions, the way forward, the fight back. So we have a big day ahead of us, but we have a very exciting program lined up for you all today. And we're hoping that you can stay the whole time so you get the full experience and that you can make the most out of this process. And I just want to provide a brief overview of what you can expect today. So we have 3 panels spread across the day. We'll have 2 small group discussions, and we will break for lunch around 2 p.m. And then we'll hear from our keynote, Brian Becker, around 5:40. And then we're going to wrap up the day with some performances, final performances. And I actually just want to bring your attention to your folders. So everyone should have received a registration folder. The printed program should be in there, so you can see all the more detailed version in your folder. I do want to highlight 2 pieces of information in that folder. The first is a solidarity statement by the IPA with the people and the movement in Niger right now, rising up against neocolonialism and French imperialism. And we're saying France and NATO out of Africa now. The other thing you'll find in your folder today is a note-taking guide, which we actually encourage everyone to use. It's neatly divided into panels, so you can basically jot down your thoughts, your ideas, as you go through this process here today.
They don't want to hear me. All right, y'all, so just a couple more logistics. So if you missed it, if you need translation, we have English-Spanish translation at the front, devices you can get from the registration table, as well as childcare. So please speak to anybody at the registration if you need that. And also, anybody in a lanyard or badge can help you with anything you need. So if anything is unclear or you got an issue, speak to any of us. We all want to support each other. So hopefully a lot of people got to have breakfast, but there's going to be coffee and snacks throughout the day, as well as lunch, all catered by one of my comrades in struggle. They're feeding the movement, they're feeding the people all the time. Turtles Cove Catering with my comrade Queen Miller here. So make some noise for her. We're not lining no, capitalist pockets here. We lining the pockets of somebody who is for the struggle, who we see in the streets every day. So, give grace, give thanks to everybody that's made this possible. I'm glad to be here with y'all, and we just want to be able to provide as much as possible for this experience for y'all. So, like we've been saying, this is all about the international struggle. This is about tying what we see in our lives with what goes on all across the world. So someone who's going to speak to that much better than I can is our comrade Manolo de los Santos. He is the founder, co-director of the People's Forum in New York City. Make some noise for him. He's a researcher. He writes all over the world. He's really a true internationalist in every sense of the word. He's been published everywhere. Too many places to count, and it's such an honor to be in his presence, to struggle with him, and I think we're all going to be really fed by his words to open up the day. Thanks, everyone.
All power. All power to the working class. All power. All power. All power. Is it working? Okay, we're good. Greetings, comrades. Welcome to this conference. It's an honor to be here in Atlanta, to be here in the U.S. South, which is, of course, a part of the global South. Of all the struggles across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, of people who are fighting
for their lives, for the planet, and for humanity as a whole. This is a space that we have convened as the International People's Assembly, primarily because we want to generate a debate, a dialogue of all revolutionaries, of all progressive people, of all those who think that the world needs to be changed for the better. We're not asking what your political last name is, but we are asking if you are willing to fight with us for the planet and for humanity. This is a process that doesn't belong to the United States. It doesn't start or end here in Atlanta today. This is a process that brings together hundreds of organizations, labor unions, people's movements, political parties of the left, and many more organizations, countless throughout the third world, who understand that we have a common fight. Everywhere we are fighting for dignity. Everywhere we are finding and fighting for independence and sovereignty. Everywhere we are fighting for work, for the right to land, for the right to housing. Everywhere we are fighting against white supremacy and racism and all forms of exclusion. Every day we are fighting. And everywhere we fight, we find a common enemy. Because we're not here to just fight blindly. Who is our enemy? It has so many faces, so many names. Here in Atlanta, you call this enemy Stop Cop City. Cop City is your enemy. But the enemy of humanity is imperialism. The enemy of humanity is the U.S. empire. The enemy of humanity can be encapsulated in that great force that imposes itself with violence everywhere it goes. Here in Atlanta, here in New York, here in Haiti, here in Venezuela, here all over the planet. We have this common enemy that doesn't see an end to the exploitation of human beings, that exploits our natural resources, that exploits our labor. It's a system of violence that imposes its military bases, over 800 of them all over the planet. And you look on the map from Haiti to Niger, surrounding China and Russia, but also wanting to impose itself here in Atlanta, what do you see? Military bases, to have no other role than to repress the people's movements for change. They have no other purpose than to try to stop the tide of history. But not only are we living in a system of exploitation and a system of violence, we're living in a system of despair. A system that is trying to tell us day after day after day that we have no right to hope, that we have no right to the future, that everything is doom and gloom, that your existence is merely for their sake and profit. We refuse to live in that system. We refuse to accept that that system is the only way. And we say this because we know the system is in crisis. We see the crisis everywhere. And maybe for the first time in many years, we're not the only ones saying that there's a crisis. Us communists have been saying that there's a crisis for the last 200 years. But now you have even experts of the World Economic Forum saying the world is in crisis. But our understanding of crisis is very different than theirs. When we talk about crisis, we're talking about an economic crisis that is leaving millions and millions of families around the world in debt, thrown and expelled from their homes, from their lands. We're talking about an environmental crisis that is leaving the planet to catastrophe, and for which we have no exit plan, unlike them, who think they can escape to the moon. We're living in a crisis that is geopolitical, where they talk about peace, but they actually bring war, and want to drive us into a new Cold War with China and Russia. The truth, my friends, my comrades, my people, is that this system has no answers for all these elements of crisis. It has no answers for your everyday problems. If at any point in history they could give us an illusion of an answer to those problems, that time has gone and left. We're living in a time in which we're talking about dilemmas of humanity. And that use of the word dilemma is not a coincidence. It's not a happenstance. It's not a mistake. What does dilemma mean? When we talk about dilemma, we're talking about a situation where a difficult choice must be made. We are facing a dilemma. Either we save our planet, either we save our humanity, either we build a better future for all of us, or we accept that capitalism and imperialism will simply destroy all of us with it. Is that a choice? No. Is that acceptable? No. Are we simply to give up? No. We believe in the struggle for a new planet and a new humanity. Some people call that socialism. A project, a horizon that bases itself in the most simple of terms on the right of all working people to live with dignity. To live with dignity. To live with fair housing, with education, with health care, with all the things that they seek to rob us of our lives. And that's why we are coming to this moment, to this conference, not to repeat all the problems and the crises that we know we face. We already know we're in a moment of crisis. We're here because we actively want to talk about solutions. We are not going to accept any false solution that comes from the system above. In this room, we have the intelligence, the creativity, and the beauty to answer all the dilemmas of humanity. And we know that in this day of conference, of debate and dialogue, we will be able to accomplish a lot. And that this is not the end of this debate and dialogue, but simply the beginning. 175 years ago, a crazy group of people, led by Marx and Engels, wrote a very important manifesto. I don't know if you know about this manifesto. And in this manifesto, they said something that still rings to this day. It rings so much that many people kept saying it afterwards. Lenin said it. Ho Chi Minh said it. Kwame Nkrumah said it. The Cubans said it. The Palestinians said it. Rosa Parks said it. Fannie Lou Hamer said it. All revolutionaries from across our movement have said it. We said it again in Ferguson, and we said it again in the 2020 uprising. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have a world to win. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have a world to win. And this world that is ours to win is because we built this world. Our hands built this world. And the same way we built it up, we can destroy it and build it up again. For this struggle that we're enjoying, that we're building together out of this space, I want to raise two particular issues that I want you to have present in your mind throughout the day. Who's heard about Niger? Good. As we speak, as we dialogue, as we debate today, we have to reaffirm the call for all French, US, and NATO troops out of Niger, out of Africa. And in your folder, there's a statement written by the peoples and revolutionary organizations in West Africa. Trade unions, political parties, movements who say not only do they want to kick out the French and the US from their territories, but they actually want to develop their countries for their own interests. So please take a look at that statement. Another important task that we leave out of this space with is that we say, let Cuba live. You already know what it looks like when the most violent empire in history tells you that you are violent. How many times have you not been stopped and told that you are the dangerous person? That is what they've done to Cuba. Cuba, who's a global sponsor of peace, of healthcare, of human rights, is now being accused of being a sponsor of terrorism. We know very well who the terrorists are and where they live. There's a big white building in DC, and their Pentagon, and all their offices where they plan acts of terrorism against our people every day. We are gathering over 1 million signatures in support of the Cuban people. Take a postcard with you, grab a sticker, but most importantly, pass on the word. Cuba has a right to live. Cuba has a right to live. And with that, my dear friends and comrades, we open this day of debate and dialogue. We open up this space for us to be united, but also in difference with each other. This is not a space where we are always meant to agree, but rather a space where we begin to build the necessary trust for what comes next. Are you with us? All power? All power?
Give it up one more time for Manolo de los Santos. So now we're going to dive into our first panel for the day, Building a Dignified Society. So this panel will focus on the many issues facing the working class in the United States today. Poverty wages, the housing crisis, homelessness, lack of access to health care and education, racist police terror, the attack on our democratic rights, and more. Under the capitalist system, we have to fight for every crumb. Our rights are not guaranteed, but it's workers that make this world run, so we should run the world. So I'm gonna actually introduce our moderator for this first panel, Esteban Hernandez. Woo, 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 woo! So Esteban is a community organizer based in Atlanta's Vine City, where he helps staff the Atlanta Liberation Center. Born and raised in California's Bay Area, he first became an activist in 2011 during an upsurge of student protests against California university fee increases. Soon after, he joined the PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation, and has become a leading organizer in many areas of work. He is passionate about fighting for immigration rights and tenants' rights. He is also the coordinator of the southern region of the PSL. Please welcome Esteban.
Can you hear me? Testing. Does that sound good? All right, how y'all doing? You ready for the first panel? All right, I think we got our work cut out for us today. We have a really good lineup of people I'm really proud to be up on stage with, to hear from today. And then as the day goes on, we're going to be talking about the presentations that we're hearing. Our panel is called Building a Dignified Society. And I thought that was an interesting title. And I tried to reflect on the word dignity and dignified. What does that mean, to be in a dignified society? So I looked it up, and one of the definitions that came up was a state or quality that has honor or respect. And it comes from the Latin root dignus, which means worthy. So worthy, honor, or respect. So then I asked myself, do we live in a society that's dignified? Tried to reflect on our communities and the cities that we live in, and does that meet that definition? And organizing here in Atlanta, I think it's pretty clear. We've done a lot of housing work, working with tenants. And you're going in and out of apartment complexes that have mold. You're going in and out of apartment complexes with people, really entire families that are facing evictions. You see the conditions of the apartments. Some neighborhoods and a whole street could have like a third of all the houses boarded up, or 2/3 entirely boarded up, before they gentrify it and kick everybody out. Is that dignified? Is it dignified to live in a community where you have to turn around and worry about the police pulling you over for the color of your skin? No. To have an entire race of people, oppressed people, black people, Latinos, who work for jobs that have lower wages than other races. The racism that we see in every form of how we live, that's not dignity. The sexism here in Georgia, for women who have to worry about their lives, for this government that took away the right to an abortion. Is it dignified for half of the country's population to not even have the right to control its own body? Is it dignified for the water to be polluted in working class neighborhoods so children have to drink water that's been polluted by lead? So I think it's clear that we don't live in a dignified community. And that's why we've seen all these protests pop off periodically all across the country and here in Georgia. Was anybody active in the 2020 protests against racism? Millions of people took to the street. Why do you think that is? People are reacting to the lack of dignity, to the racism, to all the things that we're facing every single day. I think it was 27 million is the number of people who protested. Is that right? Masses and masses, some of the biggest protests we've ever seen. And recently, we've seen massive strikes. We've seen these massive strikes. We saw the UPS workers stick it to their work, to the owners. The Teamsters Union, they stood up and they said, we're not going to take it anymore. These are our demands, and if you don't give it to us, we're going on strike. And you know what happened? They won. Low-wage workers, soon maybe auto workers are going to be going on strike. It's all across the country. That's because people are standing up and fighting for that dignified society. However, the demands of the movement and the demands of the people have not yet been fulfilled. And that's because the politicians, that's because the powers that be, and the billionaires who bankroll their campaigns have no plan to satisfy the demands of the people. They have no desire to satisfy what we're fighting for. You can see it with the candidates who are running for office. I mean, I'm not going to get into all of it, but I think some of those people are asleep when they're talking. You could see it when they make promises to us, but after they get to office, they don't do anything. I mean, they said that they were going to address the immigration struggle. They said that they were going to give rights to the 11 million undocumented people in this country. But when the Democrats got into office, they did nothing. In fact, they actually put in more laws, more racist laws, more deportation, more incarceration of undocumented people. And they said they couldn't do anything, but they had the majority in both chambers of the Congress. All of these things that you know what they promised to us. So, thinking about dignity, we can say a dignified society is one that defends the rights of the workers and the oppressed. That's a dignified society. And our panelists today are engaged in different areas of struggle, different movements. They're actually doing the work that these politicians talk about doing but never do. They're actually out there building organization and talking with people. And the panelists today actually have plans, as Manolo said, that can address the situation we're in. So let me introduce our panelists. Mama Cookie. Let me introduce Mom. I want to introduce Mama Cookie. I'm very proud to know her. I look to her as a leader, but let me tell you a little bit about her. She's a fast food worker, she's a home care worker, and she's from Durham, North Carolina. She's a founding member of the Union of Southern Service Workers. Then we'll hear from Giella Umoja. Giella Umoja is a scholar and an activist. He's a founding member of the New African People's Organization and the Malcolm X grassroots movement. He's been active in the Black liberation struggle for decades. Then we're going to hear Then we're going to hear from Jaleesa Jackson. Jaleesa is a black mother and an interdisciplinary cultural worker in Atlanta, Georgia. They're the founder of the Decolonial Feminist Collective. And also the executive director of Axis Reproductive Care Southeast. We're going to hear from Cecilia Prado right here. Cecilia is a political worker raised in an indigenous family of militant steelworkers in northern Mexico. She's currently organizing in Nashville, Tennessee. And she's a founder of Alute Sigue. Then last but not least, we're going to hear from Kenya Alcocer. Kenya. Has been organizing with Unión de Vecinos, which is the East Side local of the Los Angeles Tenants Union. For the last 20 years, she's also a part of the Poor People's Campaign and the International People's Assembly. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and then we're going to hear from our panelists. So, how can a people's movement gain the power necessary to meet the material and social needs of everyday people? What proposals do you have for effective change in the field of work that you work on? And how can we build lasting bridges between the different sectors of the movement that we're engaged in? So first we'll hear from Mama Cookie.
All right. Who are we? Who are we? What do we do? What do we do? All right. I can't never start nothing without a chant. As you know, I'm Mama Cookie, I'm out of Durham, North Carolina with USSW. I've had the struggles and many battles to fight through my years of living on in this earth. We're talking about dignity. So I want to start it with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. All labor has dignity. Can I say that one more time? All labor has dignity. And let me tell you what does that mean to me. All labor needs to be respected. A lot of our labor is not respected. I work in fast food and home care for decades. I've been doing this for over 40 plus years. I can tell you that a lot of the work that we do is not respected. Home health care, sanitation workers, fast food workers, gig workers, retail workers, most service workers in this industry. Society looks down on these fields of work like we're nobody, but without us, you can't make it. Companies have a tendency to exploit our labor. Do y'all agree? Exploit our labor? But we are the ones who are making this country run. All labor has dignity. This also means that the work we do is dignified work. The dignity comes from the work itself. When I made a meal for someone at Wendy's, I made it because I cared about what their food looked like when I handed it to you. I care because that's part of my community in a fast food restaurant. When I cleaned the house of someone in home health care client of mine, I felt good because I was making it safe and clean space for them to enjoy their day for the end of that day. I care about people. Most service workers love taking care of our people. If we didn't, we wouldn't be out here in the field of work that we're doing. We love our work. We just need to change our work conditions. We need unions and a voice on these jobs. In the Union of Southern Service Workers, when we organize workers, we are talking to them about their issues. We are talking to them, teaching them about their rights. Because a lot of us don't know our rights out here in this industry. Telling them to be proud of the term service worker, because we are the ones that make it happen and make it possible for this country to run. And not just our country, but all countries to run. When we organize, we force these companies to see that all labor has dignity. And that's why we demand a seat at the table. Okay, let me answer this first question. How can a people's movement gain the power necessary to meet the needs of everyday people? Here are some of the things I've learned about movement building over my life. Worker to worker is the best way. For example, in USSW, we do blitzing. That's when we workers and organizers, we go out and we talk to the people, we talk to other workers, then start a good old conversation. You know how you can sit over at the soda station and you can drink a soda, you got a good conversation going. You can sit over your grandma's table and you can have a good conversation going. So we find our workers and we sit down with them and have a good conversation going. We catch them in the parking lots. We catch them at the bus stations. We catch them when they're standing outside on a cigarette break. These are the ways that we reach out to our people, to our workers. That's how you organize. You don't have to be all PhD to get in there. It's about meeting people where they are at. The best way to learn is to teach someone else. That's why we do worker lead workshops and training. I've been worker leading workshops at our Worker Power Summit, and by stepping up and learning how to facilitate, they become stronger leaders. We should always be building new leaders. We keep building our movement by passing knowledge. Everyone can be a leader. Break out of your idea of what a leader looks like, because they keep you from seeing everyone else's potential. Let me say that again, because I don't think y'all caught that. The way you break out of what a leader looks like, because that keeps you from seeing everyone else's potential. I never thought I would be a leader. The time and energy that we invest in our people is never wasted. The time and energy that y'all invest in us, trust me, it's never wasted. We inhale every minute, every word, everything that you tell us. And last, family. I just don't mean blood family. We need to pull together and see each other as family. And fight, as I say, fight together as family. There are some of the things that I believe we need in our social movement. Okay, let me answer this second question. What proposals do you have for effective change in your field of work? To answer this, let me tell you a story about something the USSW did this spring. On April the 4th, we went on strike across the South to demand safe jobs. And when we made these demands, it was not only in Durham, it was in Durham, Columbia, and Atlanta. I was in Durham. We marched through downtown, which is something you don't do. We had fast food workers, care workers, retail workers. People saw us marching, and they came to find out what was happening. I talked to workers who had safety issues at their own jobs, and they joined the march. Here are some of the stories here are some of the stories of our workers who went on strike. Dollar General workers, fire exits were blocked, handling chemicals with no PPE, left alone in the store, and they weren't even managers, they were just workers. Rider warehouse workers in Colombia, no safety training, no helmets, workers getting hit by forklifts, workers' legs are getting broken. It's really, really bad out here. Waffle House workers in Atlanta who've had multiple shootings in third shift, and now they got cooks there with PTSD. And the laws that are in place are not designed to protect us. They are protecting corporations. There are lots of stories I could tell you. The main thing to understand is there's a safety crisis in the service industry. And we are organizing across the industry to fix it. I want to tell you about April the 4th because this shows a couple of things that are important for labor organizing. Cross-sector organizing is how we make a broader movement. Workers switch jobs a lot, so we need the union to go with us. We have to fight for one shared set of demands from all companies, like safe jobs for all. USSW, a community union. Here's what that means. We get out into the community. We organize our neighborhoods and communities, not just our co-workers. We connect the issues, wages, housing, healthcare, discrimination. It's all connected. The biggest opportunity to build this movement is the people. They are fed up. They never had the chance to join a union. They are ready. Workers are ready to join the movement. We just have to get out and talk to them. Okay, let me say something about this last question. How do we build lasting bridges between the sectors of our movement? Let me tell you this story here. I was talking to my aunt. She's 95 years old. She sat and she told us about how she had to work the fields in Columbia, South Carolina when she was a child. She remembered as a little girl how her father packed them up in the middle of the night and moved them to North Carolina because it wasn't safe. Technically, they say we're free, but they weren't free. Their labor was a bondage. I've learned about the history of this country, things they didn't teach us in school. There were people of all races who were basically enslaved and exploited for their labor. Today, we are still fighting for our freedom when it comes to our labor rights. I'm telling you, we're still fighting for freedom. We are still carrying on the fight. If we're ever going to be free, I say if we are ever going to be free, we all need to come together. We can't be divided. Our job is to build organizations that can unite people and hold on to people and carry them through this long fight. Thank you so much.
Testing, testing. Thank you, Mama Cookie. Next, we're going to hear from Giella Umoja.
In the name of our mothers, fathers, all our ancestors, I'd like to greet you all. And on behalf of the men, the women, the entire family of the Malcolm X grassroots movement, I'd like to say, free the land. Free the land. Free the land. by any means necessary. I greet all of you today. We were asked a series of questions, and the first was having the necessary power. What was it again? Because power necessary to meet the material needs. And I thought about it before. Our moderator talked about one of the issues was that the people who have power today, who have state power, don't have the answers. But the other part of that is, and they correctly brought the question, is we are not properly organized to take power, to seize power. Okay, so part of the question for people's movements have to be to put ourselves in the position where that can shift. My teachers taught me that, and as our great keynote speaker this morning talked about, there is a crisis. And my teachers always talk to me about there had to be a crisis for a revolution to take place. And they told me that this crisis could either be an economic crisis, it could be a civil war, it could be an imperialist war. It's a period of time where oppressed people can shift the table, can destroy their table, and establish a new table. But there's other parts to that other than their crisis. One is that we have to be organized. And when I say we have to be organized, I'm not just talking about the usual suspects. Our people, the oppressed people, workers, right? Folks in rural areas, students, women, all oppressed groups have to be organized, but not only organized, politically conscious of not only that the system is jacked up. I'm trying to keep it. Now, I told our speaker from Los Angeles, I'm originally from Compton, so I'm trying not to go Compton on y'all. But, but not only that their thing is jacked up, but we have power, and we should have power. That it's all right for people of African descent to feel like we could be self-determined. It's all right for indigenous folk to feel like that they can have dignity to control their own spaces. That people who are in the Southwest or really in occupied Mexico. See, another thing about this is I think we can't just have the same ideological vision that they taught us in elementary school. You know, this is one nation under God, what was it, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. We got to reimagine something completely different. So when I heard this morning the South, I was saying, this occupied New Africa. Welcome to occupied New Africa. You know, where people were taken, who were taken during the Middle Passage, emerged a new people, right? From a variety of places from the African continent, you know. Of course, sitting on the land of the Muskegee right now, right? And so we got to imagine something different. What they taught us and what they still have in our heads, that ain't God-given. So we got to have that a different perspective, a revolutionary perspective that includes being anti-capitalist and pro-socialist, but also should include self-determination for oppressed people, oppressed nations. And it's all right to imagine something different. That in and of itself is revolutionary. And my brother Giella would also tell us that we got to be, as African people here, we have to be concerned about African people around the planet, right? And indigenous people around the planet, right? That has to be part of the vision. So not only a crisis, but we have to be empowered, but we also have to have a different type of perspective. And it got to be beyond a perspective that's just folks in this room. But, you know, I oftentimes think about, I'll feel more like we are there when all my neighbors have a different vision. You know what I mean? When we go into a variety of communities, that the people I work with, we have a different vision. It don't have to be my vision, but it can't be this shit. It can't be this. It gotta be something different than this. This is our vision. So part of our work today, and part of what I dedicated my life to, is to make sure that we engage with folks to begin to hear other expressions and have them at least grapple with it, to battle with it. You know, and it's not, you know, I remember just being a kid going to school and they shovel shit down my head, right? To have me think a certain way that was oppressive to me. Not just in what I learned in school. I mean, I remember being a kid and I'm actually rooting for Davy Crockett and Jim Boyd and all them people as they working to expand slavery in Texas, right? I was rooting for that stuff because of the power of the media, right? So it's what we consume on TV. So how do we challenge some of the ideas in people's heads to begin to imagine something different? And so part of my responsibility, and I'm an educator for a living, right? So what I do to try to at least expose my students to something different, right? And how do I get them to feel like they're empowered once they learn something different to share that with other people? How do I get them to, they tell me I got 2 minutes left, so let me wrap it up. How do I get them to move from just saying, okay, I learned this, but I engage with movements in our community? You know, whether they're working around Cop City, whether they're working around Black Mothers Bailout. I see my sister Mary Hooks over there is one of the groups that they work with. As they work around reparations even, how do I get the students to see that they can be more engaged? And it's important for our communities to be more organized till we get to the point we could take power. I love 2020, but 2020 was an uprising. How do we move from uprising to seizing power? How do we move from that point to seizing power? That's what we got to do. We don't want to just have a seat at the table. We want to be the motherfucking table. And it look different. It ain't designed like they table is designed. It might be a circle table rather than a rectangle. Y'all feel me? But to imagine something different. So I know I was told, one thing I learned is when they tell you to shut up somewhere, you want them to invite you back next time. So I'll close right there, and hopefully we'll get to say more later. Thank you. Free to land.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, next we're going to hear from Giella Jackson. Oh, down there.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I guess I'll speak for 10 minutes. I have some thoughts. I'm Jaleesa Jackson. I live here on occupied Muskogee territory in so-called Atlanta, Georgia. This is where I raised my 2 children in a neighborhood that's not far from where Cop City is planned to be built. My work is primarily in the reproductive justice space, most recently as the interim executive director at ARC Southeast, which is an abortion fund and a reproductive justice organization serving the region. And I think it's important to start just because we talk a lot about reproductive rights. Just for the purposes of our conversation today, I'm going to be talking about reproductive justice, which takes an intentional departure from the rights framework. So the rights are sort of focused on gaining constitutionally framed legal protections, right? Reproductive health is focused on health service delivery. Reproductive justice is a more broad framework that coined in the 90s, started by Black women, that merges social justice and human rights. I like to say people-centered human rights. And it's most clearly articulated by the right to have a child, the right to not have a child, the right to parent our children in safe and sustainable communities without the fear or the threat of violence from the state or individuals, and the right to bodily integrity or bodily autonomy. And so as you can see, we face key challenges on multiple fronts as it relates to those tenets. I'm going to be focusing on the right to access safe and healthy communities and bodily autonomy because our panel is discussing dignity. And when I think about dignity, it starts with your body, right? Like having to have sovereignty over your own body. So some key challenges currently faced by people needing any kind of reproductive care in my sphere include clinic shutdowns, hospital closures like the Atlanta Medical Center's recent closure, cuts to critical services leading to inadequate maternal health care, prenatal care and postpartum support, limited childcare options for working parents. Folks who call our health line at ARC are also navigating environmental factors, right? If they're traveling, if they are living in Burke County, Georgia, a Black rural county, they're navigating some of the impacts of the toxicity from the nuclear power plant there. In Burke County, there are disproportionate rates of cancer amongst Black women and children. Rural areas have also seen a decline in access to obstetric care. In Georgia, again, we have 159 counties, less than half of them have access to an OBGYN. Housing instability rocks people, low wages. The minimum wage in Georgia is still $5.15. Yeah, who can live on $5.15? A lack of workplace flexibility, which undermines reproductive autonomy. And of course, the restrictive healthcare laws. I'm sure that y'all have heard about the abortion restrictions in our region specifically. Why is this an issue presented to workers, right? In the abortion funding world, an abortion fund is a mutual aid organization. So when we think about how do we build power, I think immediately about in what ways can we meet people's material needs, right? Well, if we're able to identify state failures as it relates to healthcare, to housing, to childcare, what are we willing to do to fill those sort of gaps? And so ARC is one model of a mutual aid operation where there is the direct funding of abortion care. The people who call our health line are working class, mostly parents, mostly Black people. And some of the sort of hidden effects of pushing abortion care further and further out of folks' community is that it puts an additional cost burden on accessing care. That's targeting workers, right? Workers who will have to take additional days off of work, potentially losing pay, so that they can access necessary care. Workers who are already struggling to take care of their already existing children because they are being exploited and are not receiving livable wages. And so we see these sort of experiences in real time. And then when I think about what's required to build people power, I think about building alternative grassroots institutions to meet people's needs, right? Like, yeah. I think about the time when we had the formula crisis. At the time, I had a 6-month-old baby that I was breastfeeding, and because I was stressed out about all of the things happening in our world, that impacted my milk supply. I lived in the neighborhood Pittsburgh in Atlanta where there is a grocery store desert, and like folks in my neighborhood struggle to find access to formula. So what does it look like to have formula distribution to meet those needs when there's state failures and then folks cannot feed their children? We know that Black birthing people are oftentimes not able to breastfeed because they do not get adequate time off from work after giving birth to their children. That's an issue for workers. And so some proposals that I have, or that I've been thinking through and I want to think about with you all, around how do we effectively change the field. I'm thinking about the field that I work in. There's a lot of hesitancy around naming the enemy. I think clarity is incredibly important, and we have to be able to name the opponent. We often say that we're anti-capitalist, but don't explicitly name socialism as the alternative. Despite the fact healthcare outcomes in places like Cuba, such as infant mortality and life expectancy, rival or surpass capitalist countries, there healthcare is not tied to employment, and everyone has the same access to quality care through the public system, the kind of state-level radical vision reproductive justice in the United States should work towards, all made possible under socialism. It's through building these connections beyond the borders, recognizing ourselves in the US South, where Black people are concentrated as a domestic internal colony, right? We need thorough and comprehensive political education as we see the very bare minimum of anything worthwhile being stripped out of the curriculums in our children's schools. I think about democratic processes like the Families Code process in Cuba, right? Alongside attacks on abortion, we saw attacks on trans-affirming care, right? And through their process, the democratic process, we're able to engage the entire island in a democratic way to bring forth this revolutionary piece of legislation that fortified the rights of LGBTQ people and families, of elders, that fortified the rights of children. These are the types of solutions that we can test, and we have examples right there. And so it's through political education that we're able to sort of understand these legacies of resistance, movements, how these programs have been able to be carried out in other locales, how we might be able to learn across borders in a transnational decolonial context, and what we can adapt for our work back here, right? Every place is not the same, but the learnings can be useful to our struggle domestically. I want to also share about increased criminalization that is faced when things like the overturn of Roe v. Wade happen. There are restrictions on ability to travel beyond state boundaries to access care, state-by-state variation causing intentional confusion, and with the sort of blackout in our region for care and limitations around how you can receive it, right? They want you to be almost on your deathbed to be able to access some of the exceptions. In states like Georgia, abortion is outlawed after 6 weeks, which is before most people know that they're pregnant. And so folks are having to travel longer distances. That costs money, right? If they have children, which they do, they have to find childcare. They have to find coverage at work. And so I think it's through the building of the power and connecting the issues to the issues of policing, to surveillance, to this larger carceral society that we're forced to exist in. It's also in looking at, resource allocation, and I'm thinking specifically about the city giving millions of dollars to the very people who will be responsible for surveilling folks who will need to travel to access care. And I'll stop there because my time's up. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, next up, we'll be hearing from Cecilia Prado.
Me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, y'all. My name is Cecilia, and I'm going to be speaking from my experience leading a worker center in Nashville for the last 4 years. And my answers will be based on my critique of the dominant social justice nonprofit sector. So I'm going to get kind of specific. And so first question, how can a people's movement get the power to meet the material and social needs of working people? First, I think we need to get real in our assessments of where our movements are at. We do not have the movements that we need. No, we don't. After decades of American exceptionalism, anti-communism, and just neoliberalism permeating our organizations, what we're seeing is several things, right? This is my assessment. One, organizations are stuck in a cycle of reaction. Our work is being driven by crisis, by personal emotions, and by funding patterns, instead of by a bold vision and an accurate analysis of root causes affecting our people. So in other words, all tactics, no strategy. We are also seeing poor leadership development, right? Fetishization or tokenization of worker leadership without actually putting in the work to raise the consciousness of the workers. So they align with the vision or support them in their growth so they can actually take real authority within our spaces, right? Not just for a photo op. We're seeing a lot of anti-intellectualism, right? Misconceptions about hierarchy, an unhealthy distrust of leaders or the most advanced sectors of the working class. We're seeing a complete disconnect between theory and praxis, right? We're confining the study of theory to academic spaces, right? We cannot learn unless we have those two together. While organizers on the ground, they're what we say in Mexico, chickens without a head, pollo sin cabeza, right? Doing things without knowing why you're doing them. And we are no longer practicing things scientifically. This is brutally limiting the amount of knowledge available to our movement. And ultimately, and I think this is one of the most pervasive, is that we are prioritizing the preservation of our nonprofits, of our organizations over winning. Pressures to maintain appearances or keep our funding have made us resistant to accept our mistakes and learn from them, let alone share them or document them so other people can learn from our fuck-ups. So what we're seeing is that we have these organizations with cultures that are characterized by conflict avoidance, by burnout, by opportunism, and by lack of rigor. And so what proposals do I have for effective change? I mean, ultimately it's getting back to the basics, right? So get real, get scientific, talk and write about it so we can engage in productive ideological struggle. So get real, right? We need to get honest about the place where we're at, the efficiency and implications of our practices, and also the class character of our movements and organizations. Yeah, I mean, what class interests are we prioritizing in our organizations through our practice, right? Not just through our words, but through our practice. What class interests are we prioritizing? And so, there's some steps that we could probably take, and it would probably work, right? One, struggle for political clarity. What are the root causes affecting our people that we're organizing? The correct framework to do that is dialectical materialism. I don't make the rules. We need to develop a bold vision of a better society grounded in the material needs of our people. And we cannot do that from an armchair. We cannot do that unless we're on the ground, on the streets, talking to people, blending with the people. We have to pick campaigns and tactics that build towards that vision and develop our folks as strategists, right? And what does that mean? Like when we actually are picking campaigns that get to that vision and that allow our folks to have opportunities to fuck up and to engage in tactical and strategic leadership, right? Talking about leadership, we need clear leadership pipelines. We need clear membership structures, rigorous study. And I mentioned tactical and strategic leadership roles, and also opportunities to grow in our emotional intelligence, which we have been neglecting for a long time. And that's key, right? Political analysis and emotional intelligence is key for developing long-term political workers and disciplined workers as well, disciplined political workers. Why? When we have folks that honor where they're at in their growth, when we have folks that can engage in principled struggles, and ultimately, when we have folks that are in a healthy relationship with mistakes, right? It's okay to fuck up, but it's not okay to not learn. And so all of these comes together in the fact that we have to get scientific. We have to engage in grounded assessments of our practices, grounding our assessments in both the vision and the analysis of root causes and also current conditions, because we're operating in a constantly shifting terrain, and we cannot just continue to do things that do not work because of tradition. So we have to assess our practices and identify shifts, and then experiment with those shifts and keep track of, where we right, where we not, right? And ultimately, we need to start documenting our lessons in order for us to really have a clear picture. So the third question is, how do we build lasting bridges between the sectors of our movement? I think that experienced organizers that are specifically in these organizations that are single issue, mass orgs, and that are frustrated, we need to understand the limitations of our organizations. Because alone, we cannot challenge capitalism. Our scope is too small, limited to specific geographies or sectors, and no amount of discipline is going to change that. And so you know where I'm going with that. So, and at the end of the day, nonprofits are not political homes. So we're being attacked as a class, and therefore we must fight as a class. So we must consolidate and share the lessons that we learn from organizing in our particular sectors, so we can start drawing a whole picture of how capitalism functions and operates, as well as how it oppresses the different nations within its territory. We need to align around our analysis of capitalism. We need to align around our praxis and strategy, right? What's the standard that we're going to set ourselves to? Whose interests are we going to prioritize? Once again, I cannot keep saying that enough. And then ultimately, we need to create and push our own narrative and vision for a new state, resulting from the summation of our parts of our knowledge. a new state or a new world where the conditions, the policies, and the common sense are shaped and defined by the workers, the one revolutionary class. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Shots fired. So now we're going to come to our last speaker for this panel. Everyone please welcome Kenya Alcocer.
Yes. Man, this is hard, going after all these amazing organizers and speakers. So I come from California, Los Angeles. And the reason why I say this is because we are so-called the blue state, progressive, but the reality is that people are still dying from poverty, hunger. People are still dying from systemic racism, ecological devastation. And we need to start with that at the forefront, because when we're talking about progressive laws, we need to be very careful of how we word our proposals and how we work towards those changes that we want to see. So Unión de Vecinos is known as a tenant/housing organization, and the reality is that we've always done the work that the community needs to improve their communities. Whether that has taken us to battles to fight for clean water, stop checkpoints for undocumented immigrants. Any issue that is a community issue is our issue. And we see it from that lens, and that is why I want to share our core values as an organization, because I think that those are the ones that unify and bring together communities. We are centered in the needs of the most poor and marginalized within our communities and neighborhoods. This means we are with the poor, not because they are good, but because they are poor. We build communities with self-determination, autonomy, self-reliance, pride, and ownership of their neighborhoods. And this means that we must engage in political and popular education every day with our communities so they can understand and have clarity of what they want and need and how to achieve that. And one of the things that we also have to really be clear on is that we as organizers, we are also the people, but we are with the people, and we need to continue to build and organize the people. And that needs to always be at the center of the work that we're doing. With all that being said, we are very excited for this process, because we really strongly believe that no process can be perfect. We cannot just come here and say that we all agree with all of these writings and all these things, that we need to engage in debate, we need to disagree, and utilize our revolutionary love and patience with each other as we're debating and going through this process, because we're not gonna agree on everything, but essentially we must agree that we need to save not just the planet, but ourselves. And so we actually read very carefully the plan to save the planet. We studied it, and we're continuing to doing that, and we have our proposals coming from that particular document, and we're pushing back on some issues, and we're agreeing with a lot of it that it's come out through it. And one of the things that this document talks about is the three appetites: the appetite of money, the appetite of healthcare systems, and the appetite of food. There is one appetite that is missing and that we feel that needs to be included, which is the appetite of land. We have been given limited or no access to land, especially in this country. When we talk about land in this country, it's not a constitutional right. When we talk about land in this country, there hasn't been an agrarian reform since the first Reconstruction, when it was proposed with the 40 acres and a mule. We do not have access to land. We have communities who inherently have should have access to land like the Apache Stronghold, who are currently on their fight for Oak Flat and might lose their land to a foreign mining company, and therefore we need to make sure that land is always included as something that needs to be for the people and controlled by the people. This document also talks about democracy and world order. I think that we need to be very clear that here in the United States, voter suppression should be something that we talk about very clearly, that these laws that are suppressing the right for people to even protest or have any type of action in their houses like Tennessee is going through right now, is something that needs to be addressed. And in some instances, especially here in the United States, we have to put these things in writing, we have to spell it out, we have to draw it for them because they don't fucking get it. The other thing that we can no longer ignore in the United States, and in fact in the entire world, is that when we're talking about democracy, we also have to address white Christian nationalism. We need to address how these policies are coming from that perspective and how they're impacting everyday lives of communities and actually hindering the organizing in our communities, because people think that they are poor, because they don't deserve it, because God is pushing it on them and they need to suffer in order for them to live a happy life in a paradise. Well, hell no, we have a paradise here. We can live a happy life here, and we need to push those thoughts away from this process. And let's be clear, it's not just here in the United States. We saw it in Bolivia. This coup that just happened, it was white Christian nationalists pushing these type of narratives against indigenous peoples there too. So we need to come up with a way of addressing that. On the environment, being in this country, we need to be very careful of what we talk when we talk about moving to a green society. And I say this because, yes, we need to lower our carbon emissions, but let's not forget that there are green capitalists right now passing legislations that are not for the poor, that are not to serve the poor, and that will continue to exploit and mine other parts of the world, including, again, Oak Flat, in order to get us to that green reality, quote unquote, that they're trying to sell for us. So we need to make sure that when we're talking about this green economy, it's a green economy or green world that also takes into consideration the needs of indigenous and First Nations peoples where their lands are not exploited for them. On finance, one of the things that I read through the entire finance process, and it's all great, but one of the things that we're forgetting is to eliminate the debt of the poor. Student debt needs to be eliminated. Rent debt needs to be eliminated. Credit debt needs to be eliminated. The poor should not owe anything to any financial sector. The poor need to be liberated. All of these economic crises that we've been going through, whether it's the pandemic or the 2008 housing crisis, we, the poor, have taken out this fucking country out of those crises. We have been paying our debt to this society for far too long. Therefore, this debt needs to be eliminated now. On healthcare, I love that healthcare platform, but we need to make sure that it is fundamental to say that healthcare is a human right, and nobody should ever die for not having access to it. It needs to be spelled out and written down on that proposal. And here comes the part where Unión de Vecinos was asked to talk about when it comes to housing, and we disagree with some of the points here. When they're talking about development and construction of housing, ay, Dios mío. And construction of housing and development of diverse neighborhoods with residential and commercial zones, well, you know what, in LA, that sounds a lot like gentrification and displacement. We don't need that. What we are asking for is for people and communities to have the ability to control their own housing, for people and their communities to actually own their own properties and be able to have the ability to have access to their land and to their communities. when they're talking about this notion of like, all we need is to pass more rent control laws on rental housing units. No, we don't need to pay any more rent. We don't need laws like just cause or rent control, because we see that they are failing us even today. People are still getting evicted. People are still on the streets. Homelessness is growing. So what we need is a declaration that housing is a human right and everybody has a right to housing. When they're talking about housing being like development of housing linked to public transit, well, that sounds a lot like gentrification again, and we don't agree with it, because a lot of those housing and a lot of that transit, it's not for the working class, and we've seen it, and in LA it's coming right now, where it is all oriented towards the Olympics and to the profit of those who are coming into our neighborhoods for one event alone, and then leaving our communities destroyed and displaced. That is why we don't agree with this point, but we can always discuss and come together and rebuild from there. When it comes to work, and I think that this is something that in the United States we need to be very clear about, it's that we need guaranteed universal income for all. Every worker needs to be paid for all of the labor that they do. And here in the United States, we need to be very clear that as workers, we're also no longer needed. Automation, IA technology, and this technological revolution is pushing us towards not being profitable anymore as workers. We are more profitable in jails and in detention centers than at the workplace. Therefore, a universal income is needed so we can all have livable lives, dignified lives, and we can survive. So for us, when we're talking about what is it that we want to see to unite all of these silos, we say we cannot compartmentalize people. Our communities are not just tenants one day. They're not just undocumented the other day, black, white, or whatever race another day. We need to make sure that every organization is addressing all of the needs of our communities. As tenants, they cannot just step out of their home and say, well, at my house everything's fine, but then go to work and be exploited by their manager and their employer. They cannot go to the school and see the messed up conditions their children education is going towards. They cannot sit at their table every day and figure out how to pay rent, bills, or buy milk for their children. Everything is impacting them every day, every time that they're breathing and living. So as organizations, we need to realize that it is our responsibility and our job to make sure that we're addressing every single need and that we're encouraging our communities to organize in every sector of their lives as well. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Well, I took a lot of notes. I don't have time to get into a lot of it. Thank you, everybody who spoke. I just want to say a few things. A couple themes that I thought multiple panelists picked up on. One is the need for organization. We need to build organization. We don't have the structures yet. We need to build them now. We're not properly equipped for taking power. We need to be honest, have an honest assessment about the need for organization and start to build those. I heard from a number of people about the need to center workers, and in particular also oppressed workers, the most marginalized. They have to be at the center of our fight. We have to be with them. They have to be in this movement with us. And then lastly, I think in a number of ways we heard about the need to speak with one another honestly, debate, engage, as Giella mentioned, with people's visions. What are people actually envisioning? Where do we agree? What kind of plan can we develop together? So I hope everybody took a lot of notes, because we're going to be debating this ourselves in panels ahead when we're going to be talking with one another. And thank you, everybody, for this panel. I think it was excellent. And we'll be talking more. I think later.
Can you hear me? All right. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? All right, y'all feeling riled up. All right, I'm feeling riled up, so I got to get my energy out. So we're going to do a chant, all right? So I'm going to say, what do we want? You're going to say people's power. When do we want it? Let's try it. What do we want? People's power. When do we want it? I need a little bit of a beat. Somebody give me a clap, something. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? One more time. What do we want? When do we want it? Oh my God, that was beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To our comrades on the first panel, man, how beautiful is it to live a dignified life? The right to labor with dignity, the right to live with dignity, the right to have a family or not have a family with dignity. That was amazing, and I'm inspired, and I want to build that. And I'm excited to be in struggle with y'all so that we can build that. So now we're gonna get prepared for our second panel, U.S. Empire versus the people. So we know that the same system that criminalizes and militarizes our people here is the same system that militarizes our people abroad. We know the same system that starves our people here is the same system that starves our people abroad. From Indonesia to Niger to Atlanta, U.S. empire represses and oppresses the people. As Manolo said earlier, the enemy of humanity is U.S. empire. But where there is colonialism, where there is oppression, where there's exploitation, there is always resistance. There is always struggle. I'm gonna say that again. Where there is colonialism, where there's exploitation, there's what? There is what? Period. And when we fight, we win. Hold on. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and when we win, when the international working class wins, when the people win, when the people of the world win, all of us across nations, across peoples, we will build our better society. So I'm so excited to get into the second panel. And I'm even more excited to introduce our wonderful moderator, my dear comrade, educator, mentor, and sister, Claudia de la Cruz. Let's give a round of applause. If y'all give me the mic, I will talk all day about Claudia, but I'm gonna just speed it up. If you don't know Claudia, get to know her. She is a popular educator, a community organizer, and a theologian. Born in the South Bronx, come on, to immigrant parents from the Dominican Republic. She's the co-founder and co-director of the People's Forum and has worked with and organized educators, organizers, artists, cultural workers for over 20 years and has done amazing work. So I'm extremely honored for this second panel, and without further ado, I'll pass it over to Claudia.
When I say people, you say power. Power. People. Power. People. Power. Now we're gonna do it better. When I say worker, you say power. Workers. Power. Workers. Power. When I say we want, you say freedom. We want freedom. We want freedom. And that we shall have. I am so excited to be in the South. Come on. Because it feels like home. And I share that because from a young age I learned that people in the South of the United States have more in common with the people in the global South than with the people that run this country. And so I am home. There is a strategic significance to global empire when it comes to the South of this country. And it's so significantly important that we are here talking about socialism, talking about anti-imperialism, talking about anti-capitalism, because it was the blood and sweat from the people in the South, those who were stolen from Africa, that gave the down payment for the capitalist system we know today. And so it is my honor to be on this panel with these amazing comrades. It is my honor to be here with you all. It is also important to bring into attention that only 2 hours away, or a little less than 2 hours away, there's a school of the assassins here in Georgia. Fort Benning, to be exact. And they've done change the name, but that doesn't change the character of the school. If we're here to talk about U.S. empire, we need to name the School of the Americas. And the destruction that it has birthed, the brutality, the violence. And how dare the United States of America call a country like Cuba a terrorist? The United States of America, its government, is the biggest purveyor of violence all over the world. Over 900, you hear me? Over 900 military bases. AFRICOM, NATO, the Southern Command. I'm from New York. You're? From the People's Republic of the South Bronx, to be more exact. That's where I'm from. And it is important to name that Giuliani, boo, himself, took it upon himself, along with the backing of the U.S. government, to train police in Mexico and south of the border. And we don't even talk about that. So when we talk about U.S. imperialism, let's not talk about U.S. imperialism as something that is far from our backyard, as something that is far from our homes. Imperialism is something that affects people in the U.S. every day. And it mirrors very much the level of violence, the atrocities that the U.S. government, whether it be Democrat or Republican, is capable of. Because the only thing that they respect is capital. Humanity has been under attack for a very, very long time for the purpose of accumulating wealth for those that don't put in the work. And the scale of our problems are not met by the so-called solutions. And they never will. So I'm extremely excited to talk about a people's solution to the problems that we face. Because capitalism never, never will bend its interest for us. Capitalism will never, ever bend its interest for us, regardless of whatever color they come as, whatever gender they come as. A capitalist will only defend capital. And so I will introduce my comrades in the panel. I have the privilege of being with folks that put in the work every day to advance a socialist future, to advance a socialist culture, a socialist way of living, because socialism is something that is a life project. Even after we win, because we will win. Even after we win, we have the task to deepen socialism. That process never ends. And for as long as there is exploitation, there is resistance. And for as long as there's life in our being, we move towards better ways of living. And so I have the esteemed pleasure of welcoming Giella Jones. Giella is an organizer and educator with one of my favorite organizations out in the Atlanta, Community Movement Builders. Stop Cop City all day, every day. We have Jorge Rocha. Jorge Rocha is an organizer based in New York, but from the south of Texas, born to working class immigrants from Mexico. He's also on the steering committee for DSA's International Committee and sits on the citywide leadership committee of DSA. I have the esteemed pleasure to have to my left, it was organized in this way, I promised. Mukasa Dada. All right. Mukasa is a long life organizer, formerly known as Willie Ricks. He gained recognition from his work as field secretary of SNCC. He colleague and comrade of Kwame Ture, and he helped popularize the slogan Black Power. Pan-Africanist.
Socialist. Revolutionary. Africa must unite. And a united people will never be defeated. A united people will never be defeated. A united people will never be defeated. A united people will never be defeated.
That's right. And last but not least, I known him better as Dr. E. My comrade and friend, Eugene Perrier. Longtime organizer in the movement for socialism. He has worked for over 15 years in campaigns opposing police terror, anti-war movement. He is the co-founder of Jobs Not Jails movement, Stop Police Terror Project in DC. He's also an amazing author and journalist. So it is my pleasure to welcome this panel. Yes. And as the previous panel, we gave our comrades some questions, so I'll share some of those questions. The first question was, what connections do you see between imperialist wars abroad and state violence in the United States? How do our movements forge unity between the struggles to end racist police terror, mass incarceration, misogyny, the oppression of immigrants, bigotry against the LGBTQ people community? What proposals do you have for cooperation among oppressed people around the world? And the last one, what are key elements of reparations that can begin to repair the effects of the US imperialist exploitation once and for all? So those are the questions. They're heavy questions. There's a lot to say. I just hope folks know that there's also a space for folks to speak to each other afterwards. And so we're going to have a lot of space to discuss and debate. I'll open the floor for our comrades to speak. Our first speaker will be Giella Jones.
Well, y'all, it's us against them. And when I say us against them, I mean everyone who is not in the 1%. It's us against them. And when you look at what imperialism is and how the U.S. asserts itself throughout the world, the U.S. asserts its own authority. They do it through capitalism. They do it through imposing economic sanctions. They do it through Zionism. They do it through oppressing other people, much like the same way they went to colonialize and enslave people like centuries ago. They're still doing it. And what we have to understand as a people is that slavery is, first of all, a mentality. And if people can make you believe that you have to live within a certain system, they've already won. If people can make you believe that their system is the only way, then they have already won. But right now, I believe that we are at a very pivotal point not only in this country, but throughout the world, where people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. They tired of saying enough is enough. They tired of saying stop killing us, and people are ready to stand up. People are not only ready to stand up, but people are ready to move. People are ready to mobilize. So we have come together in this space to mobilize, to strategize, so that we can make the changes that we want to see. But imperialism is so insidious because what it does is it takes that idea of manifest destiny that we saw way back when the colonizers first came here with the assumption that everything belonged to the white man, that the white man was superior to any and all beings on this earth, and that they took those words in the Bible, and that's why imperialism is connected to toxic white patriarchal Christianity too. But they took those words in the Bible that man is to subdue everything on the earth, and they took that shit literally, thinking that they could subdue another person and that it would be okay. And let's subdue those who we feel to be savages. But what we see in imperialism is that everything that this government labels others as, it is a reflection of what this government is. So white people came here, they raped, they pillaged, they destroyed land, and they called Native Americans savages. Who the savage? Move along to the time of slavery, and you get the inception of this word, the N-word, and this means an ignorant and a lazy person, but you took our women to nurse your badass children, work your babbit-ass land, clean up in your house after your filthy wife, and you called us the N-word? Who the N-word? Still to this day, they want us to come and work in their factories. They want us to work at their corporations to make money for their CEOs, for their boards of directors, for all of the people at the top. But we work for poverty wages. And somehow they thought that this was going to last in perpetuity. Ain't no way in hell. There is no way in hell that I can sit and I can watch the oppression in Palestine by Israel and think that I'm safe in the United States as a black woman. There is no way that I can see the oppression in Cuba and think that I, as a black woman, am safe in the United States. There is no way that I can see the vilification of Haiti as a nation and as a people and think that that does not affect me. Those same policies that this U.S. government is employing around the world are the same policies that they're using against us in this country. When we look at our movement to stop Cop City, and we look at the domestic terrorism charges, and we look at all of this rhetoric around what domestic terrorism is and what it means to intentionally stop the operation of government, or to intentionally, really it's just intentionally to dissent. Because they have criminalized dissension. They have made it a crime to disagree with the government, and that is what imperialism is. It's saying, hey, we're here, we're better than you, bow down to us, and if you don't, then we're gonna take it. But now it's time for us to stand up and say, you know what? We're gonna take it too, by any means necessary. I love it when people start quoting the Bible and they're saying things like, oh, you know that Israel is God's chosen people, and oh, the Bible says pray for the peace in Israel. And I said, you know, the Bible also say that when people are given over to a reprobate mind, you should not even pray for them. And then the Bible goes further to say that from the days of John the Baptist till now, the kingdom suffereth violence, but the violent take it by force. It's time for us to stand up and take stuff by force. When we are talking about this U.S. imperialism, and we're looking at the ways that the U.S. attempts to subdue other nations, And it's mainly by economic sanctions. It's mainly by taking our corporations and putting them into their countries by saying, okay, we're going to buy up all of your land. We're going to develop all of your property. We're going to make you live the way that we want you to live because we are supposed to have this dominion over you. But now the people are saying no. And I believe that if we continue to stand up and say no, then there is no way that they can continue their spread of imperialism here in the United States. Cop City in Atlanta, Cop City in Baltimore, Cop City in New York, in Los Angeles, in Seattle, the proposal in Hawaii, in Chicago, it's all because they see that the people are not going to take it anymore. We got to keep pushing back. We can't let this stop us. I don't care how many setbacks we have. I don't care how many stumbling blocks are thrown in our way. Those stumbling blocks got to be stepping stones to build on something else. And we can't be afraid to stand up and put our bodies in the way. Now, I ain't telling nobody to go out here and die for the movement, because that is not what we are called to do. We are called to live and breathe this movement so that it can continue. But when I say put your body in the way, I mean simply stand. Stand on what you believe in. Stand on the things that we say that we want to fight for. We have to stand. And the way we do that, we have to remember this little word that I love to throw out all the time: intersectionality. That means that my struggle is not separated from yours, and that I cannot separate myself from you in any way, because if we are not in that 1%, guess what? It's us. It's all of us. So yes, it's my black ass. Yes, it's people in the LGBTQIA plus community. Yes, it's white people. Yes, it's poor people. Yes, it's houseless people. It's all of us. Because when we look at the movements that we are all a part of that make up this big global movement, you're looking at economic justice, environmental justice, reproductive justice, racial and social justice. You are looking at justice for all, justice for everybody in this room, all of us, and the things that we have to deal with day to day. Our set of circumstances, we cannot move forward in this movement or achieve what we seek to achieve if we don't do it together. So my solution is together, period.
It should be on. It's on.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. It's an honor to be here. So wonderful to be among like-minded comrades. And I just want to say I love my white comrades, but it's amazing to be on a panel where none of y'all are up here. Claudia mentioned I'm on the steering committee for DSA's International Committee, but last time I was on a stage with Claudia and Eugene, I was also there, but I have had a promotion since then. I am now the co-chair of the International Committee. I'm going to get in trouble, what I'm about to say. Comrades, we have convened here in Atlanta to discuss the big questions facing our international movement to not just liberate our people, but to liberate all peoples, all of humanity. We all understand we must liberate ourselves by abolishing the oppressive existing society in order to build a new society where there's freedom and justice for everybody. We also understand such an objective is not easy, far from it. The history of our movement is filled with failed attempts, setting back our movement for years. Even with respect to attempts we might consider successful, these processes have either been extinguished, have had many unfortunate missteps, or only offer a partial solution to resolve the riddle of our current epoch. In other words, we are all here to answer one question: what is to be done? To answer such an enormous question, we must understand why progress has been so difficult. Let us be focused and address what is the most significant barrier of progress in the world today, the empire. Why am I saying the empire and not the US empire? I will argue today the current project of the US empire has entered the final phase of an ongoing historical process that began in 1492. The region we today name the United States was not originally known as such, nor are almost all the peoples which currently inhabit this land indigenous to it. Before 1492, there were hundreds of nations, people whose history and existence persisted for hundreds of generations. We are living in the shadow of the most pivotal event in human history, a new world built upon the destruction of the old world that was right here. When two approaches to the project of civilization were forced to interact with one another, almost as if they were in dialogue with each other, a resolution to such a discussion eventually emerged. One approach was governed by cooperation and understanding, whereas the other approach was governed by competition and domination. How was the old world destroyed? Where we are, the southern United States, is the origin of this historic process, settler colonialism. The European settlers who arrived here forcefully displaced the original peoples of this stolen land in order to make room for a despotic regime built upon the enslavement of Africans stolen from their homeland. While slavery had existed in the old world, a somehow more sinister variant had been invented. These stolen people were no longer considered human, they were property, entirely objects to be used by those which owned, as some other, distinct from another human. Through the exploitation of black slaves, the owning class were able to create a surplus wealth only for themselves. Capital quite literally arrives, dripping from head to toe, from every pore with blood and dirt. The slave owner republic became the capitalist republic. To preserve this new order, the organized capitalist class, or the capitalist state, began to center their private ownership of the means of production as the foundation of its legal system. The rules of a new society were being written. To protect the construction of such a new society, there needed to be a force to protect the stolen land, the stolen people, and the stolen labor of the capitalist class. The name of that force defending the occupation is known as the police. The police, as an instrument of the ruling class, easily explains why they have consistently been on the side of oppressing black people, indigenous people, and all colonized peoples, as well as labor organizers, socialists, communists, and other peoples who wish to emancipate themselves, whether they be women, queer, and displaced people from other nations. For the capitalist process to perpetuate itself, there must be the few who owns the means of production, and there must be the many who are forced to work in order to live. As we know far too well with capitalism, there was never enough wealth to satisfy the gluttonous hunger of the settler ruling class of this land. With the delusion they were ordained by God to impose their will onto the rest of humanity, these settlers decided to expropriate the entirety of this land from sea to shining sea. The invasion turned into an occupation, which in turn became its mission, an unshakable belief in the superiority of the European settler people who must manifest their divine destiny by any means necessary. However, land is finite, and once there was no more destiny to manifest on this land, the settler ruling class of the United States decided it must expand its dominion to all lands. This year marks 200 years of an apparent Monroe Doctrine over all lands of this region to be claimed by this same settler ruling class. We must remember the launch of such an imperial mission is an outgrowth of capitalists seeking new frontiers to expand their exploitation. To protect the construction of this new global order, there needed to be a force to protect the ever-expanding frontier. The name of this occupying force maintaining the imperialist order is known as the military. The United States is the most powerful empire in human history. The ruling class at the top of this empire is the most powerful, wealthiest ruling class in history. The entire global economic system has been reorganized to extract resources from exploited countries to the exploiter countries, which we can call the imperial core, with the United States at the center. The ruling class who exploits us is also the very same exploiting the rest of the world. So no big deal, right? So what's to be done, right? First, I think we must oppose any continuation of the imperialist project, which means we must be opposed to NATO and its expansion. Who are the North Atlantic people except for the European settler people? A defensive alliance of a settler colonial project fundamentally relies on the defense of occupations and the plundering of the wealth of the rest of humanity. Second, we must oppose any continuation of the settler colonial project, which means, in very simple terms, Cop City can never be built. If the settler ruling class expanded its occupation of this land by any means necessary, then we must prevent the expansion of such occupation by any means necessary. We must follow the lead of those who have been opposing an existing settler colonial project. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free and Cop City will never be built. Third, we must oppose any continuation of the fascist project, which means we must forge a united anti-fascist front. Fascism is a specter that haunts the corridors of power, threatening to eclipse our hopes for a just society with its dark shadow. Like the monstrous hydra, it reemerges with new faces, but its core remains unaltered: the suppression of human freedom and the propagation of inequality and hatred. Fascism is the most vile weapon of the ruling class. Fascism will obliterate our hard-fought rights and freedom. Fascism will crush our aspirations for a liberated society and trample our revolutionary spirit. We must always remember the settler, the imperialist, and the fascist are all paper tigers. Finally, we must oppose any continuation of the capitalist project, which means we must organize the working class into a consolidated socialist party. Comrades, everywhere our enemies wish to divide us, as leaders, our duty is to thwart these forces of disorganization and build our movement into a powerful, organized party. We have much work ahead of us. This is our long march. These times are made especially difficult as many join the struggle in a moment of hot and persistent militant activity that seems to have faded. We must now organize in a period of retrenchment, but we must organize. This will not be easy, but no revolution ever is. Yet our ultimate goal is still a far grander task than anything we must do to overcome our current moment. If one wishes to scale the steep and snowy peak of Mount Everest, then one does not immediately begin training for that climb. Rather, one must train for many climbs, scale many mountains. I ask for all of us to not dread this arduous task of transforming our movement, because only after we do can we begin the fatiguing climb of the steep steps of orienting the United States towards a new horizon, and only after that do we have a chance of seeing the luminous summit of a socialist future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Next, we will hear from Mukasa.
People united will never be defeated. People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. First, I want to thank all of you. It's great to be here with a group of socialist people. And that I've been trying to tell you about socialism for the last 65 years. And sound like everybody on this panel has stole my speech. So I don't have very much to say, but I will, and they sit me next to a little Fannie Lou Hamer. I don't have very much to say, but I believe and we know that we've been fighting for the total liberation and unification of Africa under an all-African scientific socialist government. Africa is our land, and it's been raped and robbed and murdered by colonialism and imperialism for the last 500 years. And we were bought and put on slave ships and scattered all over the world. And today those slave ships still stand and they still building slave ships. The prisons ain't nothing but slave ships. And we must burn them all down. They must be burnt down and get all these fine people out of these jails and prisons. The United States government have army bases and secret army bases all over the world. We know about 1,000 of them, but the CIA got thousands of more. And they got over 50 army bases in Africa, drone bases in Africa, and the only reason they put army bases in your land because they intend to blow it up. Today, Africa is raising its head in unity. We got to run the French imperialists out of Africa. We got to run the British, NATO, all of them bombs out of Africa. And all those people that collaborate with imperialism, we must defeat them. They're known as neo-colonialists. They're the enemy of the people, and they're more dangerous than colonialism. And neo-colonialism is the last stage of imperialism. And we must defeat the imperialist militarism. We must defeat them. And in the 60s, when we went against the war in Vietnam and stood up for the Vietnamese people, we took thousands and thousands of people to the streets. And now it's time for you to unite in this room and let's start disrupting this country where it can't function. Let's take thousands to Washington. I wouldn't give a damn if you tear the Capitol up, burn it down. I don't give a damn what you do. It needs to be burned down. Our fight is for Africa. And there have been great people who have tried to teach us and show us the way, like Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Abdul Nasser, Muammar Gaddafi, Fidel Castro. Maurice Bishop. And ain't no way I can name all the great warriors of the world who have stood up against imperialism. But today we stand on their shoulders, and now it's time for us to fight and organize against imperialism and organize for scientific socialism. And we talk about freedom and liberation. There's only one road to freedom and liberation, and that's revolution. And the liberation of Africa will mean the liberation of mankind. Because Africa is on the bottom, and when the bottom rises up, everything rises up. And imperialism, their whole interest is in Africa. The death of imperialism is in Africa. Imperialism will find its grave in Africa. Africa. So again, we believe in Pan-Africanism, which is the unity of African people and the unity of all the socialist people in the world. So today, we appreciate the voice of Fidel Castro. He has led the way. The Cuban Revolution has led the way. And we condemn and we support the Palestinian people. And we want the world to know that Democrat, Republicans, all that shit's the same, and we must kick their ass. So remember, the great revolutionaries of the world, they made it clear that a united people will never be defeated. 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 Thank you.
I don't know how you feel, but I feel like I need to go out and like just shut the shit down. That's how I feel. Thank you, Mukasa. Last but not least, we'll hear from our comrade, Eugene Pergier.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say I'm honored to be here with my esteemed co-panelists. I'd like to thank the International People's Assembly for giving me the opportunity to speak here, and I'd like to say that I'm very honored to also be here with all of you who chose to spend what is a beautiful Saturday afternoon here talking about revolution and how we get there, and that is just my brother said to me this morning, I said, how you doing? And I said to him, how you doing? And he said, I feel like my batteries are being recharged. And that's how it feels to be in a space like this. So I want to thank you for being here. You know, it's more or less already been said, so let me just try to make a few points and get out of your way. You know, one of the last questions you asked was about reparations, and I know one of the things we were supposed to think about was what are our future proposals for how to take steps or what we want to see or how to do some of these things. And I'm glad you raised the issue of reparations because my future proposal, or at least a big part of it, is pretty simple. Cut the check. You know, in just the first half of this year, capitalist corporations in America had $2.3 trillion worth of profit. $2.3 trillion worth of profit. So definitely they can afford it. Cut the check. Now we know it's not always true, but what they teach us in school is that you're supposed to get paid when you work. Well, we worked for free for 500 years. We need to get paid. And it's not just that we work for free, it's that we built the foundation of the country. Because of the work of the slaves, we built the insurance industry, the shipping industry, we built Wall Street, we built the cotton industry and the tobacco industry. We built every single Ivy League college, we built the White House, and we built the Capitol. Cut the check. And they want black people to be ashamed, so they say, well, don't say that you want individual payments because, you know, well, you know black people, they're going to get liquor in a Cadillac, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. Well, you're goddamn right. We're going to get some bottles, a car, a house, and we're going to take a whole lot of vacations for all the black people who never had a damn vacation until they died. Cut the check. Every form of redress we ask for as black people to address our situation is a form of reparations. You see that they're attacking affirmative action right now, taking it away. Basically, they have eliminated it at this point. They say that it's not fair. It's not fair. And whenever you look at these cases, it's always somebody who says, well, I had 100.2 and I didn't get into medical school because someone had a 100.1. It's not fair. And it's all based on the fact that in capitalist society, we don't value people by the actual value of their work to us as human beings. We value it based on money. But as Mama Cookie told us earlier, all labor has dignity. Whether you're a doctor or you work at Dollar Tree, you have dignity. So at the end of the day, just because you couldn't go to medical school doesn't mean that it's unfair. It's the fact that we don't have any black women doctors to take care of our black women dying disproportionately from maternal deaths. That is not fair. That is what is unfair. It has to be stopped. Reparations. Now, cut the check. And we know that many of the things that we need and want will help all people in this country and around the world. We need universal health care. We need housing as a human right. All of this has already been mentioned, and that'll help everybody from the poorest Native American reservation to the toughest ghetto to the depths of Appalachia. So we know that we can lift up all of our people at once, but I'm tired of people saying that we don't have the right to say we have a disproportionate claim because we did a disproportionate amount of the wealth to make this country possible. We can honor everybody, but we have to honor the black nation that is the cornerstone and the foundation of the United States of America. Speaking to the issue of imperialism, I agree with everything that's been said in terms of our tasks. So what I really want to speak about is some of our challenges. Because, this is a room, I can see by the applause, we know what the right thing is to do, that we have to oppose endless war, we have to oppose these secret CIA drone bases and assassination campaigns, we have to end the blockade against Cuba, we have to stop the suffering and the suffocation in Venezuela and Iran and Eritrea and other countries that are being strangled by sanctions. We know what we have to do, but the challenge that we face is that when we stand up and we say the right thing, they always want to say, well, who are you really? You must be a spy. You must be working for Russia. You must be working for China. Because who else would ever say you want something other than nuclear war unless you're getting paid for it? Which is funny because if you really want to get paid, you advocate for nuclear war, not against it. And I think we have to recognize that whatever we do, they're going to say it. But the reality is we're in pretty good company because that's what they used to say about the slave revolts. Look it up. 1740, the so-called Negro Catholic Panic in New York. Dozens of buildings being burnt down by the slaves in that city, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. They finally found a white woman, an Irish immigrant, and they found, she was involved too. And that's a big problem, to have them crossing lines, poor whites and slaves coming together to burn down the masters' houses, their taverns, their playhouses, everywhere they were, burning it down. And they said, well, there's no way that these poor people and these slaves could have come up with this on their own. You know who was funding them? The Pope. That's what they said. That Catholics have a plot to destroy America, and they're confusing the slaves, confusing them as if they should have been happy. Confusing the slaves, confusing the poor whites. They actually found two sailors who they said were swarthy, whatever that means, and said, well, they must have come from Spain somewhere. Well, maybe they did because, the Muslims ruled Spain for a while, so maybe they did. But they said it was coming from the outside. They would blame Haiti. They would blame the United Kingdom. And they weren't always wrong. I've seen some of the comrades here from Pensacola, Florida. Not too far from Pensacola is an area that was once known as the Negro Fort. This was an area that was a river basically coming down into the Gulf of Mexico. It was a very strategic location, kind of on the border of Florida and Alabama as we know it now. And slaves were running away from Georgia especially. And it's interesting, you read the letters of these slave masters from Georgia, and they said, we got a big problem. Slaves are not only running away, but they've established a fort, and they're getting together with the Indians, and they're getting guns from Spain and from England, and they're coming back, and they're taking more slaves. We don't know if we can keep slavery going because these slaves and these Indians with the guns from England and from Spain cannot be stopped. So they put a lot of thought into it because they wanted all this territory, Mississippi, Alabama, all of that now, which was Native American people, indigenous people living there. And I'm going to come to a close in just a second. And they said, we have no choice but to destroy the Negro fort. So Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill, thank you for that. He organized a big military force, and they came and they massacred the people at the Negro fort. And they did the same thing in St. Augustine, where they had a similar fort there. Because they knew that the armed power of African and indigenous people with the backing of powerful countries around the world would make it impossible for them to destroy the indigenous communities and open up the land of the Southeast to slavery. So they said they must be foreign agents, and we have to get them out of here because it's a threat to the national security of America, a threat to the national security of the slave system. So New York, the Negro fort, all over, they would say, you must be spies. You must be working with another country. You must be doing this and you must be that. Because the number one thing the exploiter wants you to do is not build the strongest possible alliances you can with anyone around the world who stands for freedom and justice to lift your chains. They want you to stay in chain. They would rather you stay chained to the ground rather than reach out to somebody who's trying to help you. So ask yourself, is it smart to stay chained, or is it smart to take the hammer from somebody who's offering it and break the chains and get up off of your back and fight for freedom and liberate yourself? So they can call me a spy, and they do, and I just say, that's fine. I'm just like the spies at the Negro fort. Now, one final thing I'll say here, because I know my time is up. One of the biggest problems I think we have is that we're afraid to tell the truth. Because the truth, even though we know it's right, we're told that it's not popular. The New York Times, for instance, will say, well, don't say that. CNN, don't say that. All the politicians, don't say that. And it's amazing to me what you can and cannot say and be considered legitimate. I mean, Trump is out here saying that all Mexicans are rapists and murderers. You got DeSantis out here saying that slavery was good and helped people build up skills. You got the other guy, forget the young guy in the Republican thing, saying that a black woman is the same thing as the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. You got Biden going to the people of Maui and saying, I feel your pain because my car once caught on fire. And they say he's the one we're supposed to support. So you can say anything you want to say as long as it's on the side of exploitation and oppression and be considered legitimate. But as soon as you say that people should rise up and free themselves, somehow you've breached some line. Some red line has been crossed that you can never speak and you can never talk. So, it's been said here before, and maybe I'll say it in a slightly different way. If we want to win, we have to be organized, but we can't just be organized in an amorphous sense. We have to organize in a very specific way, and history teaches us this. We have to organize a communist party. Now, they want you to be confused. They want you to be confused about what that means, but it's a very simple meaning. A communist party just means working class and oppressed people coming together, sharing our experiences, and plotting tactics and strategy in order to win. It's the best weapon to defend ourselves when we're under attack, and the only vehicle in which we can take the offensive when we need to. How did the Vietnamese defeat the most powerful army on earth? They had a communist party. How did did the people of Angola free themselves from Portuguese colonialism along with Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau? They had a communist party. How have the people of Cuba, for however many years it's been, for 60, 70 odd years, defend themselves on complete and total strangulation because they have a communist party? Some people say one of the best jobs you can have in America is to be a longshoreman. How did they get those good jobs? The leadership of the Communist Party. The auto workers, the leadership of the Communist Party. The tobacco workers of North Carolina who transformed the whole state in the 1940s and said, we're not going to vote, we're going to form a union, we're going to raise our wages. How did they do it? Well, they themselves were the leaders of a Communist Party. So don't let them confuse you. Learn from history. It's not me saying this. It's history saying this. This is Claudia Jones, Amilcar Cabral, W.E.B. Du Bois calling to you from the grave saying we don't want to have died in vain. Build a communist party. Take the power. Free yourselves. Liberate your mind. Liberate your land. And do it by any means necessary. And when we say any means, we mean any means, because we come in the legacy of the Mississippi Freedom Movement. And I read Dr. Akinele Omoja's book. I know what they said. We will shoot back. We won't be shot down like dogs. We won't be put up against the wall. We're going to stand up and be counted to change this world, to transform our life and get over the Socialist Horizon. I'm sorry I went over my time. Thank y'all very much.
All right, y'all. One short point.
Y'all hear me? I want to make one important point, that the war in Ukraine is a United States war. And I also want to say that the revolution that's going on in West Africa, in Niger, in Mali, Burkina Faso, that is a good fight, and the United States is trying to use black soldiers to go there and fight for them. They are neo-colonial soldiers, and they will be defeated if they go there for France and the United States. Third, I want to say that Putin, Russia, is very helpful toward socialism and toward African liberation. We thank Putin, we thank Russia. Long live Putin, long live Russia. And finally, I want to say that we must remember one of the fathers of the revolution, Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. And they are committing genocide on the Congo right as we talk today. Long live the African Revolution, long live socialism or communism.
All right, comrades. I don't know how the organizers, the IBA organizers, suppose I could synthesize all that. But I want to thank the comrades on the panel, first and foremost. I think it's very important to say that we only get what we're organized to take. Yes. Remember that. Yes. We only get what we're organized to take. Yes. And a communist that a lot of people don't know was a communist was Albert Einstein. And he says something about insanity that I think we need to keep really in mind. I don't know if you know the saying, but the saying goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. And for many years, we've been doing the same shit, expecting different results. And sometimes probably aligning with the wrong people. I think it's important to raise what Eugene raised, which I am so sorry. I got so hyped about the fact that you were talking, I forgot to mention that Eugene is also one of the co-founders of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I think it's very important to raise that in history, every successful revolution has had the highest level of organization of the working class, and that is a party. And so every organization has a role to play, and yet the Communist Party has had a historic role in every revolutionary process, and we need to be able to keep that in mind. It's part of our history. In the 1930s, a lot of what we have achieved, and actually everything from arts programs to all of those things, the ways that we organize around housing were part of a communist struggle. What we have learned is that it is very intentional for the capitalists to strip from our history, our communist history. We have that too. And so I'm really, really excited that that was brought up. I think it's important to bring up that there is no one in these United States of America that is part of the working class that could ever be free for as long as there is a colony anywhere around the world that belongs to the US or any European country. And so the freedom of Puerto Rico should be part of our work. The freedom for Palestine should be part of our work. The total liberation and self-determination of Haiti should be in our work. And just as the capitalists, because they are, have global alliances, we should build working class internationalism. In fact, the people in the United States have a historic role to play in building international solidarity, precisely because we are in the belly of the beast, as Che Guevara would have said. We have a historic role. That means that as we wage our struggle, which is class struggle in this country, as we deepen the consciousness of our people to understand that we're part of an international family called the working class, which is the largest. It is the largest family we could ever belong to. We have a role to play in the liberation of humanity and saving the planet. And that can't wait till tomorrow. When does that have to happen? When does that have to happen? When does that have to happen? So I hope we all leave this space recharged, energized to do this work with more discipline, with more unity. And I want to bring, because unity has a first name. Do you know what the first name of unity is? Principled unity. It has a first name and it has a last name. Principled unity, which allows us to be strategic about where we're going. We leave these space recommitted to building working class internationalism and taking hold of a socialism, because a lot of people want to say they're socialist, but taking hold of a socialism that is anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-white supremacy, and anti-patriarchal. That it is fully for the liberation of all people in this planet. We must leave this place with the commitment of advancing the struggles today for future generations. We engage in the commitment actively to shut the shit out of NATO, to shut down Africa, to shut down the Southern Command, to shut down the School of the Americas, regardless of how many fucking names they put on it, and to never allow Cop City to be built in Atlanta. These instruments of death, These instruments of death are in complete opposition to our will to live. Do you have the will to live? Yes. Do you have the will to safeguard future generations? Yes. Are we anti-imperialists? Yes. Are we anti-imperialists? Yes. That's our socialism. Thank you, comrades.
Hear me? Oh yeah, I can hear me. Y'all, I know we in a church, but they took us to church. Let's get another round of applause. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. These have been amazing panels, y'all. But y'all know me right now. Y'all know me about this time. We spent some time together. You know I love a song. You know I love a chant. So what we gonna do right now? Come on, y'all. I basically gave you the answer. What we gonna do right now? We gonna chant. All right, so I'm gonna need my Atlanta comrades to help me out with this one. So I'm gonna give you the lyrics and then we'll do it together. All right, so it goes, 1, we are the people. 2, a little bit louder. 3, we want justice for our people. 1. All right, 1, we are the people. Come on, stand up. Y'all look tired. Louder. 3. We want for our people. 1, 2, 3. Another time, some of y'all not singing. 1, we are the people. 2, 3. All right, one more time. 1, we are the people. 2, a little bit louder. 3. Amazing, yo. Hold on. Stop Cop City Choir. Y'all taking more people? Because I think we got a whole crowd of people who are ready to sing. All right, y'all. Yo, man, I'm energized. I'm excited. How are y'all feeling? I'm excited, man. Man, I've been taking notes. My hands been cramping. My notes look drunk. My letters slurred. My brain is going off. I have thoughts, questions, reflections, and it's come to my favorite part of the conference. Now, we're gonna discuss, because I'm sure y'all have a lot of thoughts too, right? Y'all brains going off? Y'all got thoughts? Come on, man. All right. All right, so we're a packed house with a lot of organizers from various states and struggles and backgrounds. So it's time to get to know each other a little bit, to build an exchange. So we're gonna turn to our neighbor. We're going to say, hey, with 3 Y's. Hey, neighbor. Turn to your neighbor on the other side and say, hey, neighbor. I'm going to give you a second. Introduce yourself. You got a second. What's your name? All right, now bring it back. Bring it back. We'll have more time. All right, bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. All right. So now we're going to break up into small groups, so you'll have a further opportunity to get to know the people around you. So we have group facilitators. If you're a facilitator, can you please raise your hands? All right, everybody take note. Look at the facilitator. Say, hey, facilitators. All right. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we have about an hour to discuss. So we're going to come back around in an hour at about 1:45. And we'll regroup then, but take the next hour to discuss, exchange, build, because that's how we get there. We have to build together. So we're gonna form our small groups. Facilitators, please join a group, and let's do it. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? All right, let's do it.
testing. Yep.
Better. Hello.
15 minutes until lunch officially starts, but definitely go ahead. You know, if you want to chat a little bit longer, go ahead, chat a little bit longer. Please reset the chairs so that after lunch we can be set, ready to go, listen to the next amazing panel talking about people's democracy. But lunch is in the same place breakfast is in. Make sure you wash your hands. Make sure you, clean up any trash you might have left. Let's make it cute. Have a good lunch, and then be back at 3 sharp. Period.
kind of power? All right, y'all, I'm so excited to introduce Kicking It with the Kids. We met them at the Juneteenth Festival, and we're so glad that they're going to share their musical stylings with us. It's a small but mighty youth organization that seeks to empower, embrace the children through structured performances. So make some noise. They're so cute. It's going to be so amazing for Kicking It with the Kids.
Hello, everybody. We present Kicking It with the Kids, and they're first going to read a poem called Children Learn What They Live.
If children live with hostility, they learn to fight.
If children live with ridicule, they learn to be shy.
If children live with tolerance, they learn to be patient.
If children live with encouragement, they learn confidence. If children live with praise, they learn to appreciate.
If children live with fairness, they learn justice.
If children live with security, they learn faith.
If children live with approval, they learn to like themselves.
If children live with acceptance and friendship, they will learn to find love in the world.
Okay. On to the next one. The next poem. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Different countries around the world, of different genders, boys and girls, of many sizes and cultures too, the things we like and the things we do. We're sure glad it works this way. The world is so colorful every day. If everyone were the same, you see, you wouldn't be you and I wouldn't be me.
Hope made this one. Hope made this one.
Sorry, I'm kind of out of breath, but you know, working with kids, you gotta stay in shape. So my name is Coach Pooh, and I'm the founder of the nonprofit Kicking It With the Kids. And a little bit about us and about me. I started it because we was in rec football, and I was a coach there, and it was just a lot of divide, and it wasn't really about the kids. So I was like, this can't happen. So when you find out that something can't happen, it's up to you to make a change. So that's what not only I decided to do, but my mom, my sisters, my husband, other fathers, my dads. All you have to do is let it known that it's about kids and that you're really there for them. People will start coming, and that's what happened. It's really a family thing, and I just want to help promote these kids because a lot of things that they have to look at and to watch, it is not appropriate at all. But as us as adults, we have to know that this is our future. And if we're not taking care of our future, then we won't be taken care of. I just want to thank PSL and everybody for inviting us. You guys are really a great group. Keep doing what you're doing, and so will we. Thank you.
panel. What else? Like, this is the panel. You know, she already said it, like, we're talking about a socialist horizon. We're talking about the future. We want to build, we want to have a world that these children can live in and be fulfilled. So give it up again for kicking it with the kids. They're so cute, oh my God. But yeah, we are thinking about a socialist future, a socialist horizon, and creating a different type of system, a different type of world in which kids don't have to be left out unless somebody like Coach Pooh steps in. So this next panel, I'm so excited to introduce a panel on socialism and democracy, because we see in so many ways that this country that talks about being democratic, being the place of liberty, is nothing of the sort. We see it when it comes to just trying to do a simple referendum to see if people want Cop City. We can't even have that. So we see that capitalism is actually the enemy of democracy, and we want a new world that actually allows us to create our own democracy, to create our own processes, our own structures, our own organizations without being called terrorists. So I'm so excited to introduce everybody here, starting with our moderator, Leanne Fulehan from 1804 Books, TPF. What a legend. She's a popular educator and organizer based out of New York City. So everybody, listen in.
Hello, everyone. It's such an honor and so exciting to be here in this incredible room filled with revolutionary spirit. I hope everyone has enjoyed their lunch, and more importantly, that you're feeling fed and nourished from this morning's panels, discussions, and from I hope, the connections, the new friendships, the new comradeships that you have made. I hope everyone feels this, that revolutionary connection and discussion is the best kind of food. So I'm excited to be back here with you all for the next portion of our discussion. We have already gone through some really big topics so far. We spent the morning discussing dignity and what a dignified society would look like. We clarified our response to the violence of US empire on our peoples, both at home, here in Atlanta, across the United States, and across the world. And now we're tasked to discuss the topic of socialism and democracy, or the Socialist Horizon, as the title of our conference, and the so-called democratic system that the US claims that we live in. Our comrade Esteban started off the day asking us if we live in a dignified society, if we live in a society that respects and defends the dignity that's inherent to our people. And the resounding answer from the entire room was strongly a no. And so I don't think I need to ask you if we live in a democratic society, because I think we already know the answer. But the word democracy has been robbed of its meaning. It's been corrupted by the people who claim it the most. We've been told since the moment that we are children and we enter into the United States school system that we live in a democracy, that we live in a system that is supposedly governed by and for the majority, and in which people have the right to choose who represents them through free and fair elections. In fact, we're told that the United States is a democratic system that is so advanced and so sophisticated and so full of integrity that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to impose it on the rest of the world. But for some reason, the United States seems incredibly fearful of the majority that they are so-called representing. Because apparently the United States had to go into Iraq and massacre over 1 million people in order to bring United States democracy, the form of US democracy, to the Iraqi people. Apparently now, in Niger, when the majority of the people, over 85% of people, are out in the streets without electricity, without food, due to all the sanctions that have been imposed on them in the past month, and they are demanding that France and its Western allies, the US military and NATO, leave their country, apparently that's an attack on democracy. Apparently also, when Cuba, who not only defends their sovereignty, but has insisted on building a society that is centered around the well-being of their people rather than on profit, and is taking the time to build new processes of participatory discussion and debate to develop new government policies. Apparently, that's not democracy, that's an autocratic regime, and it needs to be suppressed. This is what our school systems, our media institutions, all the institutions that uphold the United States system as it is, are telling our children the moment they enter into school, and at the same time when they're entering into the school system, they're being counted to make sure that the profit prison complex has enough space for them in the next few years. And this is what they tell our people, our dignified working people. At the same time, they're lying to our faces as they're taking away the voting rights in a huge attack on voting rights that we haven't seen since our people actually fought for voting rights to be given to all of us, including black, brown, and incarcerated people, not just white men. And they're telling us this even as the Supreme Court, they are allowing the Supreme Court to shoot us 50 years back in history and undermine basic human rights that is incomprehensible, in fact, for living a dignified human life. I can keep going, but I don't think I have to, because we all live in this reality. We all know that this system doesn't work. And we all know that something needs to change, and that's why we're here today with this incredible panel of people. We know, in fact, that we need a system that is not just democratic in name, because names don't mean anything until we actually put them into practice. And we know that we need a system that is for and run by the majority in this country and represents the interests of the majority of the world. Not just, and who is the majority here? We've been saying it all day. The working class. The working class that is multinational, multiracial, and encompasses all genders. We need an actual democracy that is run by and for our people. And when I hear a democracy, a government that is run by and for the working class, it makes me think about socialism. To me, that's what I'm hearing. And so I'm really excited for us to be able to explore these ideas, debate them, discuss them, and see if we can come up with not only we know what our problems are, but what are some of the steps that we can take to change this system right now. We know it's not good enough. We know it's a violent system that is hurting the majority of us, and it is our task to actually step up and make a difference and change it. But what we need to know is how we're going to get there. So I want to start by introducing our panel, who's going to start us off on this discussion, and then we're going to go back into our discussion in small groups to draw on the immense wealth of knowledge that is not just here on this table, but in the room and everyone who's joining us outside of Atlanta as well. So, it's my great honor to start with an introduction of Kamau Franklin. Who has been in the movement for over 30 years. He is the founder of Community Movement Builders and a leader in the intense fight here in Atlanta to stop Cop City. I have here also Ajamu Baraka, the founder and national organizer of Black Alliance for Peace, and recognized internationally, has written across many different outlets. You should make sure to follow his insight and analysis, especially in the areas of human rights and geopolitics. I have over here Mariah Parker. Revolutionary education scholar, hip-hop artist, and labor organizer rooted in Georgia and North Carolina. Senior lead organizer with the Union of Southern Service Workers, and active in the movement to stop Cop City. Our dear comrade and friend Phil Agnew. Organizer, educator, and the co-founder of Black Men Build. And last but not least, Karina Garcia, organizer, popular educator, member of the Central Committee of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and who has many years of experience organizing, especially in working class Latina communities, for reproductive rights. So I want to get us started right away with this incredible panel. I am sure we're going to have a lot of great ideas and a lot of great proposals to bring us a step closer to that socialist horizon that we're fighting for. So I'm going to list out the questions and then we will start to hear from our panelists. Our first question, what would a people's government, is democracy possible under the capitalist system? And if not, what kind of system would allow democracy to flourish? And how would you describe it? What would a people's government look like? And how can it build and encourage the working class to take an active role in participating and shaping the society that we all live in? And lastly, what aspects of the current system do we need to immediately transform now? And how will we do it? So with those very hefty questions, I'm going to pass it on to our first speaker. Come on.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh, there we go. How y'all doing? Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And so let me give the first obvious answer is no, you cannot have democracy under a capitalist system. Right? There's a form of bourgeois democracy that we do have here, and that is there are certain freedoms that are in private hands. The freedom to exploit, the freedom to take resources, the freedom to control media, control government. Those are the freedoms that we have. The freedoms that are given to us or appointed to us is the freedom to distract. We are given the freedom to go on social media, to watch movies, to participate in Tweedledee or Tweedledum votes, right? Those are the freedoms that we are given. So you will never have what you would call real democracy under the system, because under the system, what you have is a billionaire and millionaire class that controls the resources. You can only have democracy when the resources are redistributed. So I believe in the socialist standard that the means of production have to be redistributed to the masses, to the people. And unless and until that happens, you will never really have a real true form of democracy. So from the movement that I come from, which is a black liberation movement, so I want to be clear and careful about it. When we talk about the working class, we have to make sure that we're organizing a working class to get beyond, particularly the white working class, which is not my job, to get beyond a racism which allows them to see that there is a relationship to have with other people, right? In the meantime, it is my responsibility as an organizer to work with fellow organizers, but to be a part of organizing in the black community, to organize what I would say is the black working class or black folks. So I also believe in the old Malcolm saying, right? There is no white and black unity before there is black working class unity. So for me, that's how I see a path towards trying to achieve a sense of working class unity under a system of socialism. We have to organize various communities. Some communities have to overcome certain things because they've played a certain historical role in keeping other people oppressed. So even though the white working class doesn't control the wealth, they played a role on the ground in oppression, which I won't say all white people, of course, too many to discuss, but one which has not ended, and so we must figure out or fight those who, again, have that responsibility, how to do that. We can't do it in an artificial way, where there are some so-called leftists who talk about organizing the Trump whites, as I'm going to call them, but they want to do so without bringing up the issue of race and white supremacy. That is not organizing anybody. That is placating. That is lying. If you do not confront the issue of white supremacy as you confront the issue of capital, You will never be able to really change the system or to have the type of unity that we say we want to have. So it's very important that we keep those things in mind. I'll leave it at that as an opening statement. But the main part obviously is that under a capitalist system, there is no true democracy. She's telling me the other question. She says I got more time. So. So she asked me to continue on with the question of what is it that we need to transform. So for me, the heart of the matter is organizing, of course, right? You can't transform anything without organizing people at a local level, but tied to national and international formations. Capital is not local. Capital is transnational. So anytime we hear sayings like all organizing is local or everything we need to do is local or you got to come from a particular neighborhood, root that out of your organizing. You cannot organize against capital by thinking that you only organize your block or your plant or your company or whatever it is. Organizing has to be linked up nationally and internationally because capital is such. Capital just does not work in your neighborhood or your city. Capital just doesn't work in Atlanta. There may be certain nuances that we all have to understand in terms of how capital works in local areas, as in what is the local companies or whatever that run things. Those things could be important for us to understand. But transformation does not happen unless we are hooked up in terms of national and transnational. Transformation does not happen unless we challenge not only in particular the closest governing apparatus to us. And so what I mean by that is when we only center in on, or we let, let's say, democratic forces, Democrat being, I guess, big D Democratic Party, divide us or tell us that the only ways in which we will win will be to go after Republicans or Trumpers or the rest of it, then we also lose. On the ground, it is the Democratic Party, particularly in these locales, that control the police, that work with capital, that work with developers, that support gentrification. That is at the same people who call themselves liberals and progressives and come to you and want your vote and tell you they're on your side. Those are the people who are our first and closest enemies. They are the ones. They are the ones that we must root out, first and foremost, when we are working locally. We must support what's happening nationally and transnationally, but we have to remember who our enemies are at the ground. That kind of transformation only comes to me from organizing with people. Again, if you're working in corporations or on the block, whoever is closest to you, but you got to organize the unorganized, right? It's one thing to say we're going to get the folks who have already been reading, and that's a level of organizing. That supplies a certain base of operations for us. But what we really have to do is we have to get into communities, right? We have to get into the various communities that we are a part of. And we cannot go at those communities like we know it all or we know better. So when those communities say things to us that we do not like, that our politics tells us that we do not like, we cannot walk away from those people. Those people, when folks you're organizing with say something that you think is ignorant, you do not walk away from those people. Your job is to transform and to work with those people. That's why I'm saying you cannot avoid. For those working particularly in the white community, you cannot avoid the issue of racism and white supremacy. You cannot avoid when those issues come up of challenging and talking through those issues. So that transformation is mutual, right? Because we are going to be transformed in the process. All of us know-it-alls are going to be transformed in the process. When we see people on the ground doing the very work that we want to do, but most of us have been unable to accomplish, to be honest. That is gathering the working class, the poor, and the oppressed into tight units of operation who are ready to organize, fight, and defend their community. Until we do that, we will not transform anything. We can have more large marches as we should. We should go out and organize against certain issues as we should. But until we really transform on the block or in the workplace, until we do that kind of stuff, we will be stuck in a pattern of not moving forward, right? So part of what transformation is for somebody like me is how do we organize and move the block, neighborhoods? What is it that those folks need and want? What is it that they desire? What is it that's mixed in with political education that moves folks forward? That's real transformation, because that's your fighting force. Those are the folks who are going to challenge capital in ways in which a lot of us are too scared to do. So when you look back at the history of the movement in the 60s and 70s, when you look back at the people who challenged the state directly, head on, no compromise, on the same playing level that the state was really willing to challenge them, those were working class people. Those were poor people. Those were the proletariat. And in some cases, they were the so-called lumpen proletariat. So those are the folks who we can't be scared of. If you're an organizer, you can't be more comfortable in someone's boardroom or in some political room talking to politicians than you are to talking to people on the block. I think I took my 10 minutes, so I'm going to be quiet.
Thank you so much, Mao. And I'm going to pass the word to Ajam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All power to the people. All power to the people. This call for power is not just a slogan, but it represents a concrete objective. Without power residing with the people, we can't transform anything. And that's exactly the position that we just heard from our comrade, Brother Kamal. That if we're not serious about organizing people, block by block, city by city, nation by nation, then we can't win. We have a situation facing us today where we have enormous possibilities to advance the struggle for transformation, for socialist construction. But right now, our forces are too weak to take advantage of the fact that the bourgeoisie cannot govern in the same way. But part of our task and what we've been doing today is galvanizing that strength. One of the things that's been so enlightening about today's conversation has been the level of the analysis, that people here understand what the historical task is. So in many ways, some of the questions we have before us, we already know the answer. We understand that there's no connection between democracy and capitalism. We understand that. But what we have to grapple with is how we transcend this backwardness, how we in fact build a new kind of society where there will be democracy. And what we have touched on today was some very important points. For example, we have to name the enemy. We have to frame the politics correctly and the relationships. We live in a settler colonial project, a settler colonial state that's been transformed into an empire. That has to be the baseline understanding. We have to understand that because we want to understand then what the state is doing to try to maintain this relationship. We have to understand that for us to be able to transform that relationship, it means understanding that we are involved in a class war, but right now a one-sided class war. And we have to reverse that situation. What we have to do is to name the enemy. We say the enemy is the pan-European colonial capitalist white supremacist patriarchy. You name the enemy, but then you also advance a vision. The vision is we're going to have democracy. We're going to have social justice. We have to transcend capitalism. That's clear. But we have to say what it is we're trying to build. And we want to build a new socialist society and new socialist world. So we say it. We say it with clarity and boldness because the enemy understands the terms. The enemy understands the terms of struggle. The enemy is operating on two levels. That's why this internationalist perspective is so vitally important. On the national level, the enemy understands that in order for it to try to advance its interests, to maintain its interests, it has to strengthen the repressive apparatus. It understands that in order to advance its interests internationally, it has to engage in more overt militarism. We have to be prepared to confront that. Domestically, the enemy has once again identified elements of the Black liberation movement to sharpen its repression. We understand, we know about the indictment of the Uhuru 3 and the African People's Socialist Party. But we also know, sitting here in Atlanta, that repression goes even beyond us at this point. We see what they're doing here in Atlanta by characterizing resistors, protesters, as domestic terrorists. The issue we have, though, is with this expanding repressive activity on the part of the state, we find ourselves relatively isolated. Those of us in this room, the organizations represented in this room, we understand the challenge, and we up to the challenge. But unfortunately, so many other aspects of the left, they have been completely silent. They think that even though the target right now is us and the strugglers here in Atlanta, there's some kind of way, if they keep their heads down, they're going to escape the repressive apparatus. They're not, okay? So we have to strengthen ourselves. And that's what makes this day so marvelous, because we have a possibility of understanding where we need to go. We want to praise the fact that this effort by the International People's Assembly is an effort that reflects that we can't just shout at imperialism. We just can't call it names, but we have to organize against it. And we have to build structures that go beyond the national context. Capital operates on a global level. We have to do the same. That was said repeatedly today. This process is part of that effort. So we say in the Black Alliance for Peace, we say also with the organizations we work with, that what we see today with the attempts by imperialism to use militarism to maintain its hegemony, that it is more than willing to engage in imperialist wars. We say we must turn imperialist wars into wars against imperialism. That means being prepared to go all of the way. It means, in fact, ensuring that we talk about by any means necessary, that we're serious about that. The enemy is serious, and we have to meet that seriousness and go beyond it. So when we say all power to the people, that is an objective that we have to be serious about. We have to build the organizations, build the movement, struggle against sectarianism, struggle against elitism, struggle against folks who are afraid. Because as we said today already, we have nothing to lose but our chains. All power to the people. All power to the people. No compromise, no retreat.
Thank you so much. With that spirit, I'm going to pass it over to Mariah.
Y'all doing good? Can I hit you with a little pop quiz real quick? I woke up this morning with my mind. All right, I'm glad to hear that some of you from this morning are still here. Wonderful. So, can capitalism exist under can democracy exist under capitalism? Y'all already know, but I want to dig a little bit into that question to get us started. Because democracy is popularly understood as a system of governance. But under capitalism, the desires of the greedy are what truly govern. What truly govern. You cannot have a political system without an economic system. And so when we talk about democracy, we have to not only talk about just redistributing political power, but economic power as well. In the words of a fellow from Atlanta named Martin Luther King Jr. So what desires currently govern under capitalism? We think about the elites that rule this country, but even in our own lives, we can think about the way capitalism governs. Fear governs. Fear of becoming homeless, fear of being hungry, fear of our neighbors and community violence driven by those first two things. Trauma governs so many of the decisions that we make because of the fear that we live in every day, because of the violence that working class people have to see every day. And for the elite, solidarity governs. I was waiting for somebody to throw something at me because I'm talking about class solidarity among the rich. Class solidarity among the rich looks like at the beginning of the pandemic, when people were without jobs, when people couldn't pay rent, when people didn't know where their next meal was coming from. Congress transferring trillions of dollars to the richest people in this country. To make sure the economic fallout did not impact their bottom line. And that looks like PPP loans in that very same pandemic going to wealthy business owners. But when it comes to student loan debt, those loans cannot be forgiven. Those loans for education cannot be forgiven. Solidarity for their own class governs the decision-making of the rich in this country. So that's what we got going on in the capitalism. We got this feedback loop by which a smaller and smaller group of wealthier and wealthier people are making decisions that govern ever more people around the globe. I'm talking about imperialism and colonialism as well. I'm talking about the decisions of the extremely wealthy and a smaller and smaller group of them impacting not only fast food workers in Durham, North Carolina, and incarcerated people who are making garments and masks and hand sanitizer during a pandemic for free. I'm talking about the banana workers in Mindanao in the Philippines and the lithium miners in South America and the metal workers in South Africa too. Their reach has extended from the millions of people to the billions of people. So that's capitalism. Now let's talk about a socialist form of governance. So socialism is a feedback loop that strengthens democracy. Socialism is a system under which solidarity among the working class governs our decision making. Let's be real, when we win socialism, and we will, it's not going to be beautiful overnight. In fact, democracy itself is a very messy and tangled up thing. When you get into debates with comrades, when y'all are deep in the thick of it trying to decide what the future can look like and how we get there, it gets messy, it gets ugly. But as we redistribute economic power to ever more people can participate in democracy. When you ain't gotta worry about how you gonna keep your lights on, you might be more likely to go to that neighborhood meeting to decide how you want to keep your community safe. When you have affordable and comprehensive public transportation, you're gonna get to that meeting on time. And when workers have control over their workplaces and set their own schedule, they know they're getting off work at 5 o'clock on the dot to make it to that meeting on time. So as under socialism, we gradually eradicate hunger, we gradually eradicate poverty, we also gradually increase the political power of the people because we enable people who have their material needs met to be fuller participants in democracy. So I started to already go ahead and answer the second question, which is, what would a people's government do to encourage more political participation? We have to improve people's material conditions, but we also have to invite participation in other ways. So when I say stop cop, y'all say city. Stop cop. City. Stop cop. City. As y'all may have heard here in the city of Atlanta, we have been undertaking a referendum process to bring the question of whether we want militarized police and whether we want 380 acres of forest torn down to build a military police compound brought before the people of Atlanta to decide upon. And this is something that the elite in Atlanta have fought tooth and nail at every possible turn. But under a people's government, the government would actually invite the public to take part in direct elections on the matters that matter at the ballot box, and not only go out to vote on them, but actively be participants in constructing those proposals themselves. This spring, I had the great honor of traveling to Cuba with the International People's Assembly. And learn about the family code that they passed last year in Cuba, which is the most progressive family code, widely accepted as the most progressive family code in the world. Affirming the rights of LGBTQ people, affirming the rights of children, of the elderly, affirming the rights for people to create any kind of family of their choosing. And they not only passed this code by a record amount of votes, but at every level, people in their communities were invited to participate in robust debate over the code before it was passed in order to make amendments, to make changes, to take things out if they wanted, but to talk amongst themselves about what they truly wanted to see in this code. Right now, what we got is housing developers sitting behind closed doors with politicians making plans for neighborhood development that then are brought before the people to say yes or no on. And the answer is usually no. Right now, we have rich and powerful people in boardrooms bringing proposals to Congress to vote on for the people, rather than the people being actively participant in the creation of those processes themselves. And that is what we have seen in Cuba, and that is what we will see in America under a socialist government. So the last thing I want to hit on is the aspects of our political system that need to be immediately transformed. In Cuba, they also have elections for all major posts in what you would understand as the federal government, like the Department of Education, the Department of Labor, the Department of Health. It's all voted for by the people. And that's something that we should immediately, I think, implement under a socialist government, of having more opportunities for people to choose the folks that are making decisions about their lives, and therefore more opportunities for debate around, like, what do we want to see with healthcare? What do we want to see with labor? What do we want to see in our communities? But as I said at the top, you can't have a political system and an economic system be separate. And so when we talk about what we want to transform with our political system, we have to talk about what we want to transform with our economic system as well. And so one of the things we got to do immediately is tell all these landlords that these buildings that we live in, that we rent every single month, belong to us now. They belong to us now. So that tenants can start to learn how to work together to govern their own communities themselves. Nice try with your lease agreement. We gonna decide amongst ourselves what the curfew is for the loud noise violations and whatnot, because that too is democracy. And on that same type of point, we gotta get rid of not only, corporate control over work as we know it altogether, but I'm thinking first and foremost the franchise system that we see in a lot of service industry work and fast food corporations, where somebody, just because they have a lot of money, they can make decisions over the lives of people who actually make a restaurant run. In order to implement a system by which workers themselves can sit down together and say, okay, we bring in this much money, how do we want to divide that up amongst ourselves? What do we want our schedules to be like? What do we want our healthcare benefits to be like? What do we want, the restaurant to close at time today so we can make it to that neighborhood meeting? We have to change that part of our economic system so that we can have democracy in the workplace and in all these other ways as well.
Thank you, Mariah, and over to Phil.
All power to the people. All love to the people. All peace to the people. And Black Men Bill, we say all the damn time. All the damn time. Good afternoon, comrades. Y'all up? Y'all here? Y'all awake? Okay. I want to say good afternoon to friends, to family, and as Brother Malcolm would say, good afternoon to some of our enemies. We know, hopefully, you're on Zoom and not in the room, and your internet is a little bit wobbly, and you're missing some of this goodness. I just want to say I'm always humbled to be a part of these discussions, to be on panels with people that I look up to, that I respect highly, that I go to for guidance, whether I call you or not. Maybe I'm just looking at your emails. But it is always a sincere honor to be amongst you all. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to be a part of the conversation. Also want to give a shout out to our Atlanta organizer for Black Men Bill, Adema, back there. Shout out to Adema. And I don't mean to put her on the spot, but I want to give a shout out to my comrade Dawn, who drove from Nashville at 3 o'clock in the morning to be here for this conversation. Shout out Free Hearts. Shout out Tenant. And I'm just really, really humbled once again, and I hope you all take it as a sign of respect for your time that I wrote my comments, because I'm the son of a preacher, and if I didn't do that, you would have a hard time with your job doing time. So today we've come together to talk about socialism and democracy. So I want to start off by saying something that I think we all know, that socialism and democracy are inextricably linked. There is no one without the other. For socialism to be born, democracy must first breathe life into its lungs. Thusly, true democracy and democratic practice cannot flourish, cannot grow, cannot unleash the fullness of human potential under anything but our beloved socialism. Today and every day, it is the duty of every single one of us revolutionaries, of us organizers, of us radicals, to engage intensely with the question of democracy in our country, in our work, in our organizations, in our movement. The first question put before us asks about the relationship between capitalism, socialism, and democracy. Let us start by stating this patriarchy are death-dealing ideologies. Each are invested in soul-stifling miseducation, in alienation, in dehumanization. Capitalism and imperialism idolizes the individual, the self-made man, the conniving conqueror, the conquistador, the stoic, sterile statesman chewing on a cigar. They teach us that our meaning, our reason for being is in money and in consumption and in domination and in silence and in lies and in amnesia. They tell us that these are the things that will make us happy. But make no mistake, there is no love to be found in the empire. And we aren't the only ones that should know this. We aren't the only ones that know this. Our family knows this. It isn't just that study, just that read, just us that come to these conferences. Our families, our siblings feel every fact that I've mentioned in their bones. Every day, millions of future comrades are awakened further to the realities of the lives that the West has planned for us. James and Grace Lee Boggs saw this all around them 50 years ago. Millions of our people enraged, disappointed, and depressed, filled with revolutionary energy, but looking for an organization that is willing to take the time to harness it. In the vacuum, we see a lot of things going on. It's a lot of bullshit happening. We see people selling black capitalism. We see people saying that you should earn your leisure. We see people selling a faux Pan-Africanism. We see people selling misogyny and misogynoir. We see xenophobia. We see hate. We see black fascism all around us. And that energy doesn't die. If organizations like ours are not poised to take advantage of the moment, these ideologies win over our people. So the answer that we must talk about today is, what do we do in this time of monsters? I propose to you, my beloved comrades, that our answer is to continue to build a movement and organizations that are built on deep, dynamic political education. We heard it before, we should say it again. We have to build a movement that forges human connection and intimacy, right? A movement that is cold, a movement that is sterile, a movement that does not show love for the people but hate for the system is one that cannot grow. We must build a movement and organizations that rehumanize, that remembers, a movement that dances, a movement that sings, a movement that tells stories and tells no lies to the people, a movement that is joyful and allows us, as my sister Mary Hooks, who was here earlier, to be transformed in the service of the work. We heard Brother Kamal say it earlier, to be transformed in the service of the work. To me, socialism and democracy, in addition to everything we know about the ideologies, are manifestations of our deep abiding love for the people, of our deep abiding commitment to unlocking the magic and the messiness that is inherent in the human experience. So we must loudly proclaim that a socialist future is a democratic one. It is a liberating one. It is an abundant one. It is one that is above all else a human one with all its complexities and hardships. We must build working class organizations that aren't afraid of the working class, that aren't disgusted by the working class, that aren't distrustful of the working class, that aren't patronizing of the working class, organizations that embrace and encourage debate over liberalism, critique, real critique, self-critique first, but critique over clout and just going along to get along, organizations that move with strategy and discipline, because that is what the people deserve to win material benefits for the working class. We cannot expect to take power, to govern, to transform the whole of society if we do not prepare now within each of our formations. We cannot expect the masses of our people to see elections or decision-making or just general standing up for what you believe in if they spend decades witnessing and experiencing movement organizations that refuse to engage in the struggle that comes with true democracy. We cannot expect our children to one day just want to change the world if we tell them to shut up every damn day. And so when all is said and done, socialism and democracy are ideological expressions of our love. I have faith that we will build a socialism and socialist future when we continue to loudly and proudly engage in ideological warfare. We cannot rest and give any inch to the opposition. We must continue to educate and organize the masses in both words and actions, whether it be the incredible reporting done by Breakthrough News, whether it be the beautiful art and teachings of Black Men Build's Wartime magazine. You can clap even though you ain't seen it yet, it's fly. Holla at Edema, trust me, you'll love it. Or the bravery that each and every one of us show living in Miami or living in Texas, just in declaring who we are and what our politics are unequivocally. So no matter where we are, if we believe in socialism and democracy, we must continue to politically educate unabashedly at every turn. I had the opportunity to be with Mariah and some comrades here in Cuba as well this year. And one of my favorite poets is a revolutionary named Jose Marti. And Jose has a line from a poem that I love. He said, "The wine is bitter, but it is our wine. The wine is bitter, but it is our wine. It is ours. The fight to stop Cop City will be a bitter fight, but victory is ours. The fight for universal health care in this country, that fight is gonna be bitter, but the victory is ours. The fight to have housing for each and every one of our people, that fight will be bitter, but victory will be ours. The fight for our LGBTQIA family to receive the benefits that they deserve in every part of this world, that fight will be hard. It will be bitter, but victory will be ours. So when we talk of what we must do, there's no need to remember the past. It is the duty of all of us to remember our future. We've already won. It's already ours. We can draw energy from that future manifestation. That is our guidepost. The fight will be sour. The fight will be bitter, but victory will be ours.
Thank you so much, Phil. And I will pass the final contribution to Karina.
Wow. Well, first of all, it's such an honor, and it's so great to be here with all of you today. You know, people who saw a Socialist Horizon and said, "I'm going there. I'm getting out of my house. I'm putting aside my other responsibilities, and I'm going to resist the urge to check out. I'm going to resist the urge to isolate myself. And I'm going to surround myself with people who are on the same mission as me." Right? And in the words of Assata Shakur, I'm not going to let my enemies tell me who my friends are. It's also an honor to be in conversation with this incredible group of comrades, Phil, Mariah, Kamal, Ajamu, Leanne. I've been taking notes, writing all these quotes. A movement that is cold cannot grow. Doesn't that feel, don't you feel that? I felt it in all of the singing this morning, in the kids, in the interactions, and the love that people show to each other, getting people water, helping each other. In all of those things, we see the love that we have for our people. That's contagious. Mama Cookie said it earlier this morning. No amount of time that we spend with our people is wasted. No amount of time. I love that. And so thank you for bearing with me. I'm one of the last ones, but I'm excited. And when I was thinking about this panel, I was thinking about what I've experienced as democracy under capitalism. And I came to the conclusion that I haven't really experienced it, right? I mean, this is the reality. Like, I voted, but I think about the experience of democracy, if I think about, like, weighing in, of taking responsibility, of having an impact, I didn't think about our political system at all. I actually thought about organizing against the government. Like, those are the times when I actually felt the sensation of democracy, when I'm fighting against the government. I thought about being part of campaigns in the border region of Texas when we were fighting against the government, when we were fighting to defend abortion rights, when we were working with undocumented women in the colonias, in the rural areas, some of the poorest parts of the country, where the women were organizing for street lights, where they're organizing for paved roads. Those were the things that felt democratic. When I've been part of union campaigns and workers are fighting for their stolen wages from corrupt bosses, those are the moments that I felt something of democracy. When I was a teacher and working in New York City public schools with teachers and students, and we were marching for Trayvon Martin, and our students put on their hoodies, and we went into the streets, and despite the intimidation of the NYPD, the students were speaking up, and they were chanting, and they were feeling their power. That's when I felt democracy. It's an interesting commentary, isn't it? That the moments when you feel the most sensation of democracy is when you're fighting against the government. One thing that I appreciate about this panel is that it's not a philosophical or just an academic discussion about democracy. That's what the politicians give us now, right? This is when we're actually. And what happens with the politicians? Like, the little things that they do don't affect the lives of millions of people, not in a good way at least, right? It's all just abstract. The excuses that they use to justify dropping bombs on other countries, to justify using billions of dollars to buy weapons, right? It's just a word that they use. If democracy means rule of the people, then we have to be honest, of course. How much democracy really is there in our daily lives? And let's start with where we live. Do you have any democracy about how your neighborhood is developed? How about the rent? Repairs? Are you ever consulted for input? Has a vote on your rent or mortgage ever been offered to you? No. It's a dictatorship of the rich. It's a dictatorship of the landlords and the developers. And how about at work? Do most workers have a say in their wages? No. The conditions? No. Their benefits? No. Of course not, because that too is a dictatorship of corporations. In fact, the only semblance of democracy that we have in the workplace is if you have a union. Shout out to the USSW. And what about the food that you eat? Do you have any control about agriculture? No. The land? No. The chemicals? No. The environmental cost? No. Again, it's mega corporations that make all the decisions about how we can consume. And if you have a good wage, maybe you can vote with your pocketbook, but most of us don't have that opportunity. And the same can be said, honestly, of all of the major decisions that we have in our lives. You could say the same thing about the environment, about the air, about the water, about prices, about technology in your pocket. So how do we change this? Now, if we were in a high school civics class, they would say, vote for better people who will pass better laws. I wish it was so simple. Oh my God, if only it could be so simple. But what we know from our experiences is that the capitalist class have all sorts of vetoes that they have built into the system to make it undemocratic. So that if by some miracle we're able to find a way, they're there to veto it. And they have all these mechanisms to do this. I want to just share one example of this. So this is not even a secret, as we all know. But here's a recent headline that makes the point. Princeton University study reveals public opinion has near zero impact on U.S. law. I'm going to read that again. Public opinion has near zero impact on U.S. law. The study found, however, that a bill's likelihood of passing did correlate with whether the wealthiest 10% of people supported it. But the opinions of the 90% had near zero impact. Shame, shame. And that's just one example of the veto power of capitalism. It goes on and on. We have a Senate full of millionaires. We have a Supreme Court where they're appointed, where they are unaccountable, are unelected, and that should be abolished too. So, yeah. So voting in a system that is set up to be undemocratic is not going to produce a new democracy. We know that. But except they say it still all the time. It's sad. What we in the PSL would like to put on the table for the discussion is to raise economic democracy, right? To cut to the heart of corporate power. We would propose, for instance, to seize the 100 biggest corporations, the Fortune 100, and put them under public control and management. Just to give an example, there are 1.7 million corporations. Let's say that we leave 1,699,900 corporations and businesses, large, medium, and small, in place. Let's just say. And the working class just had control over the top 100. Let's just think about what could be accomplished if we seized those 100 companies. I'm not going to read all of the companies, but bear with me. I want to go through one out of every 3 of those companies, just to paint a picture of what we could actually do right now, not in some distant future, but now. And just imagine, as I'm reading these names, that at each level, like Mariah was talking about too, we are electing and discussing and voting on these issues, which right now are just decided by a few people in their boardrooms. Just imagine, we actually have resources to do the things that we need to do. So this is just the 100. This is just the top 100. Walmart, Amazon, ExxonMobil, Apple, United Healthcare Group, CVS, Berkshire Hathaway, Alphabet or Google, McKesson, Chevron, AmerisourceBergen, Costco, Microsoft, Cardinal Health, Cigna, Marathon Petroleum, Phillips 66, Valero Energy, Ford, Home Depot, General Motors, Elevance Health, stay with me, JP Morgan, Kroger, Centene, Verizon, Walgreens, Fannie Mae, Comcast, AT&T, Meta or Facebook, Instagram, Bank of America, Target, and Dell. And if you didn't recognize one of those names, that's who has your health care. That's who controls your health care. It goes on and on. That's basically all we need to make decisive democratic interventions in society, to be able to deal with the biggest landlords and developers, to set a new standard on wages and workplace conditions, to take control of big tech, take control of big agriculture, of big oil, of the big banks, and to take back control over our rents, to take back control over the prices of basic goods, of healthcare, of culture, of entertainment. And instead of cold bureaucracies, imagine spaces and organizations in every neighborhood and workplace that facilitate these discussions from the bottom up about what we want to do about the food systems, about what we want to do about water, the housing situation, the effects of social media on our kids, especially the girls. That would be real democracy. That would be real democracy. We talk about these things now, about what we would like to do, but usually we're talking about small changes with minimal resources. And people do miracles with those things, but it's not enough. Imagine talking about what we would do with all these institutions if we actually had power over them. I don't think you can really talk about democracy without that kind of power. And that really is a starting point of socialism. Workers' control over the means of production. 100 companies wouldn't even be fully established socialism, but it would give the workers and socialists the command over the economy, right? Instead of them commanding the economy, the workers would. That's what we're fighting for. And it's not just about taxing the rich. Of course, they should pay taxes. They should pay more taxes. But we want them out of power entirely. We want them out of power entirely. It shouldn't be up to them. Enough is enough. Because they can pay higher taxes for a moment. But then if they're still in power, when we're not looking, they come back and they lower it again. And there we are back and forth in the same situation, asking for scraps from people who don't have the right to control our lives. People who don't deserve a fraction of the wealth that they control. We shouldn't have to ask them. It shouldn't be up to them. Manolo said it this morning. We built this country, we can destroy it, and we can build it back up again new. That's the power that we have. Yes. So, seizing the Fortune 100 under capitalism, as we know, would run straight into the rights of capital, right? Against their property, their legal system, their constitution. And we have to be clear and honest about that, that they're gonna use their police and their courts to do whatever that can. So that desire for economic liberation and democracy would itself require a new political form of democracy, a new political form of democracy. We have a book, Socialist Reconstruction. This is our proposal that goes through what a different political system could look like and what our rights could be, right? A new constitution that guarantees a right to health care, guarantees a job, guarantees housing, quality food, and all of the things that we deserve. We don't want a system of checks and balances or with capital's vetoes, right? Where they can just make their little exceptions. We want to have an integrated institutions that actually reflect the aspirations of the working class and historically oppressed groups to have self-determination. Self-determination. And that's ultimately why we say that the top task is to build a revolutionary movement which aspires for power. Because to take over the top 100 corporations in the US will require a change in who has power. They won't give it up, so we have to build the type of movement that can push them aside and shake off the leeches, right? And we don't want to just be radical people with good ideas because we want to fight the good fight. We want to actually change things, and for good.
I forgot one quick thing. when I was acknowledging the incredible political educators in the room, I forgot about Black Power Media. And I wanted to show some love to Black Power Media. Kamal, listen, I don't think we as Black Men Build could make it. We sit people just down in front of YouTube and watch Black Power Media, so I didn't want to forget that.
Thank you, Karina, and I think we should give another round of applause to all of these very powerful contributions that we've listened to today. Like everyone before these conversations, the task to synthesize is impossible because actually we're passing the discussion over to everyone else now. We want to keep generating proposals, keep debating. And so instead of synthesizing, I want to just very quickly draw out a few elements that I've heard echoed and that I think would be interesting and important to consider in the discussions that we're going to continue having throughout the day. The main sentiment that I'm pulling from all of these different contributions is that not only do we have the solutions to the crises that we're facing, but that we are actually very serious about them. None of this discussion is an intellectual exercise. None of this is an abstraction. This is a debate that we're having. We may disagree, we may discuss, we may change or reform our opinions, but all of this has concrete objectives. And that is to take power, finish with the systems that are oppressing and killing us, and build ones that are going to help us survive and thrive for many generations to come. We have heard precise proposals that have cut through very sharply the deception and the distraction that the capitalist rule of order has imposed on all of us. We know, for example, one of the ones that I think came through very clearly, it's not just about telling people to participate, it's about creating the conditions for all working and oppressed people to be able to participate. And that's a task that's not only ours, it's a task that all of us have, and it's a task that we've had historically and that we'll have in the future. And to be in power means that we're not just symbolically in power, that we have to consider how are we going to take control of all the different sectors and institutions that shape the conditions of our life, from housing to agriculture to energy to economics. How are we then going to reform the society that we live in? And I want to end on a sentiment that I found so particularly beautiful that was expressed today, which is that we already know what democracy is. We don't live in a democracy, we've agreed upon this, but that doesn't mean we don't know what it is. We actually are building it and we're developing it through the experience of organizing with our communities, with our working class here and internationally. We know how to work together and how to build processes that are built on class solidarity with the working class. And so we have to insist that not only do we know what democracy is, but we're capable of building a society that is based on those values. And I hope everyone here feels that power and that agency to insist and make those changes and to build those processes that are actually going to help us take power. We need those organizational forms and we need those different experiences so that when the time comes, and we need to be positioned, everyone has said it as well, we need to be positioned so that when the time comes, we can do it. And I have confidence not only with this conversation, but with many of the conversations that are going to come and that have already had, that we are placed with the right people in the right place to be able to move forward. Our Socialist Horizon is not so far away. It can be a reality, and I think we know that inherently. So I want to thank you, everybody, for bringing these to the forefront. And maybe we can end with the chant that we started the day off with. All power? All power? Thank you, everybody.
Check. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show show me what democracy looks like. What's happening right here, this is actually more democratic than what happens in the halls of the US Congress, the Millionaire Club. I think the panelists have made one thing very clear today, which is that we all need to expand our definition of democracy. Our definition of democracy cannot be constrained to voting every 4 years at the ballot box. That's not enough. That's not real democracy. Real democracy would mean the active participation of the hundreds of millions of people in this country, popular democracy, participatory democracy, having a say in the everyday decisions that impact their lives, all aspects of their lives. That's real democracy. And that's what we're fighting for. So is real democracy possible under capitalism? No. So what are we going to fight for to make sure that the working class in this country has real democracy? Socialism. What are we going to fight for? Socialism. What are we going to fight for? Socialism. Socialism is the expansion of democracy once and for all. Woo! So now we're actually going to break up into small groups one more time, but this time the sessions will only be for 30 minutes. So we are going to break into small groups now. You're going to have the same facilitator as earlier, but we're going to cut that at 5 p.m. And please do not leave because you don't want to miss out on our keynote speaker, Brian Becker, and then so 5 p.m., keynote speaker Brian Becker will be speaking, and we also have some amazing performances. We'll have Lingua Franca and Giella performing right after. So please stick around, don't leave, and enjoy your discussion sessions. check. Hey everybody, we have 5 minutes until we wrap up the group discussions and the keynote speaker will be speaking. 5 minutes. Hello, my lovely people. Unfortunately, we're going to have to close the small group discussions now. So please start facing the front of the room. Let's rearrange these rows. Please return to your seats so we can get started. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Please return to your seats so we can get started. Check. Who got the power? What kind of power? Who got the power? What kind of power? Who got the power? What kind of power? Woo! So now, with great pleasure, I introduce our keynote speaker for this event, Brian Becker. Brian Becker is the national coordinator of the Answer Coalition, that's Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. He's a founder of and a central organizer for the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Please welcome Brian.
That sounds like it's working. All right. Wonderful day today, comrades. And for all of the people who are watching live stream, you can see that we are at a new stage in the progressive left socialist working class movement. And the tremendous degree of unity that was expressed here by people who have different organizations, are part of different movements, different trends, but have so much in common is also a great indication of what's possible. Forging unity is more complicated than simply saying we must all unite. Because of course there are organizations and movements that are in different places with different needs, representing different constituencies, perhaps different visions of how social change takes place. So building unity isn't simply a proclamation. Building unity is a very hard fought for endeavor where people have to work together, spend time with each other, be in the trenches with each other, not simply at meetings, but in the street, in the communities, being able to listen to each other, hear each other, dialogue with each other. It's an extremely complicated, important, and I would say most urgent task for the movement, especially when we think about how social media functions, where everyone is quick, not everyone, but a few loud voices that take up a lot of space can dominate the way discussion and political dialogue is undertaken, because they're going at each other, having ridiculous and needless fights, emphasizing the things that they differ about rather than emphasizing the points of unity, trying to show who's more revolutionary than the next. And that toxic social media environment, which I think almost all of us are familiar with, we have to combat that consciously, with patience, with an open heart, not only able to listen to each other and hear each other, but to build and forge the kind of comradely relations that make real dialogue and real unity possible. And this is happening, by the way, not just here in the United States, it's happening internationally. After I'm finished, Manolo will come back and talk about what's next for the IPA, the International People's Assembly. But in 6 weeks, there's going to be another meeting like this, but even larger, with delegations from all over the world who are having meetings like the meeting we had today, coming together in Johannesburg, South Africa, to take the next step in the dilemmas of humanity. For those of us who started the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which will now be 20 years this coming spring, when we started the party, thank you, and we're going to spend a lot of time about our 20th anniversary, because for those of us who have been building the party, and it's quite a number of people, it's a real collective, we've devoted our entire lives to the project. And when we started the party in 2004, it wasn't like everybody under the sun was starting new communist organizations. It was, in many ways, for us, an article of faith that there would be a revival of socialism, that the unipolar era of capitalist domination by U.S. imperialism would eventually start to unwind. It would come apart, there would be struggle, and as a consequence, socialism would revive, because there is only one real genuine alternative to capitalism and to a system based on private ownership and exploitation, and that's public ownership of the means of production and a socialist system. And so our view was socialism will revive, again, partly an article of faith, because there was no empirical evidence to show that in 2004. But we felt if socialism revives, you have to have an organization that is experienced, that has gone through the ups and downs of building a movement, that is united around a political program, whose political program is tested in life to see whether it's correct or incorrect. If it's incorrect, how it needs to be amended. In other words, there has to be a range of experiences. Lots of people proclaim themselves the vanguard of this or that, but no one actually can proclaim themselves the vanguard. The vanguard shows itself in the real struggle, and organizations can only lead the real struggle. Organizations can only lead the real struggle based on their own capacity, their own experience, their own knowledge, and that is, again, a consequence of collective struggle. But when we started and throughout, we said one of the reasons we felt we could succeed, and one or two or three of the things that we must do to succeed, was to become larger, to recruit, to popularize socialism, and to find co-thinkers around the world who we could work in international coordination with. And we have found our home in the International People's Assembly. This is a great international formation. And this does not mean it's the only international entity that's worthy, but it's one that we find is extremely important because it's rooted in the global South for the most part. The struggling people and representatives are in Brazil, in Argentina, in South Africa, in Zambia, in Ghana, in Nepal, of course, Venezuela, Cuba, of course, some of the European parties, and ourselves, the PSL here in North America, the People's Forum, several other organizations. So it's a profoundly important but still new international effort and project. And so we're so happy that we could be part of this project, and our party has done what we could do to help make this united front, and that's what this is, a success to the extent possible. I want to talk about, in my closing remarks, and take a couple minutes to talk about what we think is most important about our movement at this moment. First of all, we have to identify what kind of movement do we want to be or are. Secondly, what stage of the movement or movement building are we at? Where are we exactly? We have to kind of know who we are and sort of know where we are right now as we continue to launch and wage this larger struggle for socialism. And I want to start with identity. I want to start with who we are. And this is an extremely important question for all countries, but especially for the movement inside the United States. You know, in 60 years ago, this year, JFK was assassinated, and LBJ was the new Democratic president, and he was running against Barry Goldwater in the 1964 election. And Goldwater was an extreme right-winger. Extreme. He was like, let's use nuclear weapons. Why not? He was 100% against the Civil Rights Act being passed. Just a far-right, wretched, semi-fascist political personality. And big parts of the left said, we have to support LBJ, vote for LBJ, work for LBJ, because if we don't get LBJ, there's going to be a war. Because Barry Goldwater is addicted to war. He is the voice of militarism. And big parts of the left swung behind LBJ, and LBJ won the election. And immediately upon winning the election, he sent 500,000 troops to Vietnam. And those first months, the left, which had supported LBJ because he wasn't Barry Goldwater, was basically very quiet. And as the death toll started climbing with hundreds and then thousands a week of young U.S. soldiers, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese people who died, the left did not lead or initiate the anti-war movement in the 1960s because they were still thinking, look, if we come out and protest against LBJ, it's only going to help the right wing. And as a consequence, the anti-war movement that started in the 1960s was not started by the old left. It was started by students who didn't give a damn about LBJ or the Democrats. They wanted to end the war in Vietnam. And this movement became very radical. They were chanting, hey, hey, LBJ, a Democrat and a liberal, hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? It became abundantly clear almost from the beginning that this struggle against the war in Vietnam was not against a bad Republican or a George W. Bush or a Donald Trump-like Republican. It was against the Republicans and the Democrats, and as such, it quickly morphed into an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement. And of course, you had the dynamic force of the already existing black civil rights movement, which was emerging as an avowed, explicit national liberation movement with an armed wing, and led by, in many cases, by the Black Panther Party, Huey P. Newton, and the other leaders of the Panthers, and they were the heroes of all of the youth movement of 1967, 68, 69. It became a radical, dynamic, anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement because it was not against simply a bad Republican. It was against the Republicans and the Democrats and the system as a consequence. And from that anti-war and black liberation movement came the women's rights movement. I mean, it had already existed, but it exploded. And that was also the explosion of what was then called the gay rights movement. And all of these social movements, first starting with the black liberation movement and the struggle in the South, with when the struggle against segregation after Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat, that became a detonator for these other movements, and then they merged into this broad anti-imperialist movement. And it was at that time that Roe v. Wade was passed. That was under Nixon in 1972. And who started and supported affirmative action? Nixon, racist, anti-communist, right-winger who came into office in 1969, not because he was good, not because he was for affirmative action, not because they cared about abortion rights or gay rights or anything. They were wicked, wretched, racist pigs. They did it because the movement was so strong, because the movement knew who it was. It was a movement for radical change. We weren't fighting to get the lesser evil. We were fighting at that time millions of young people of all nationalities merging together, debating, having dialogues, having fights, but also fighting together in the streets because we were fighting for a better world. The bourgeoisie, the ruling class, made concessions to that movement principally because they feared that if they did not make those concessions, that revolution was actually on the agenda in the United States. It's not a better Democrat, a better politician. It's how strong we are and who we are, and we get to decide who we are. Are we going to be supporters of tepid reforms or a lesser evil, or are we going to fight for radical, revolutionary transformation and know that the working class of this country will actually heed that call because our program speaks directly to the needs of the masses of people in this country, of all parts of the country. I got that 5-minute sign and I was like, that can't be real. But it is real. So I'm going to be quick here. We get to decide whether we want to be a radical revolutionary movement. The question is that a movement that could resonate with the masses of people? Think about just a couple facts from the recent months. You know how many people have been kicked off of Medicaid that is unable now to go to a doctor since April? More than 5 million people in the United States. The same Congress where the Democrats control the Senate, the Republicans barely control the House. 5 million people, and more than 1.5 million of them are children who can no longer go to a doctor because Congress has decided that Medicaid expansion, which took place during COVID, has been rescinded. It's not because they don't have the money. They decided to do this. They decided to do this. I mean, they just spent $880 billion for the next military budget for 1 year. $880 billion. And they're saying we don't have the money for low-income families and their children to go to a doctor? And did you know about this? Was this big headlines in the media? The media is about Ukraine, like whether Biden is going to send another $60 billion or $100 billion in weapons to help the Ukrainians, of course, just keep dying in the struggle against Russia. And in the meantime, there's no media coverage at all about the fact that 5 million people have just lost their ability to go to a doctor, including 1.5 million kids. If we take our program, which is to make sure that not only does everyone have health care, but that health care is completely free, that doctor bills are a thing of the past, that's the socialist program. Will the working class say, hey, that's a good idea? Of course they will. Will that include people who voted for Trump? Yes. The point of the matter is the socialist program is so compelling for the working class of all political stripes that we can go to the working class and we can organize. We get to decide who we are. Are we a radical, revolutionary, socialist program based on the working class and with a program that can reach the working class, or do we want to be camp followers of the lesser evil? That's the issue. It's not whether we can succeed, it's whether we've decided to succeed. And that's what the message of the IPA is. I want to say in the last couple minutes also very quickly, think about this. We were at the Obama inauguration in Washington in 2009, January 20th. Millions of people were there. There was such a sense of euphoria. When George W. Bush left in the helicopter from the Capitol building, like 3 million people gave him the finger. I mean, there was like such jubilance and excitement and enthusiasm. And it wasn't just that Bush was leaving, but that change was coming. Yes, we can. The change was coming. And then look what happened. Look what happened in 2011. In 2011, the Obama administration started bombing Libya and destroyed the Libyan government, the government that was financing the African Union, the African country with the largest oil reserves. And where were the liberals who were so happy that Obama was elected? Did they join us in the streets? No. Obama bombed and destroyed Libya. And then in September, the Occupy movement, where young people were saying, we are the 99%. And within 3 months, Occupy was destroyed. Those hundreds and hundreds of encampments wiped out. And we looked at the records. We got through public records requests from the FBI and the fusion centers. The Obama administration was tracking each and every step of the Occupy movement and used the pretext of public health or this or that. But by December of 2011, every one of those encampments was destroyed, wiped out. Now, that was Obama. In 2014, Mike Brown slaughtered in the streets of Ferguson, and a new movement rose, the movement for Black Lives, and it swept the country. Did it matter that Obama was not George W. Bush? Did it matter that George W. Bush was not Carter, or that Carter wasn't Nixon, or Nixon wasn't LBJ? That's not what mattered. The capitalist system and the repressive apparatus are functioning regardless of who the president is. Wall Street and the systems of exploitation go on day in and day out, and it doesn't matter who's president. If Bernie had been elected, if he had stuck to his guns, he would have probably just been assassinated. But most likely, given Bernie's record now, he would not have stuck to his guns, and the same systems of oppression and exploitation would have gone on under the Bernie Sanders administration. Like, this is the thing that we have to think about. Every 4 years, the left gets sucked into the campaign to find the lesser evil. And I don't think it's really about even the campaign. It's not about the election. It's not about whether you're going to vote for Trump or Biden if he's still with us. And I mean that in the most benign way. Just for clarity. It doesn't matter about really who you vote for, because whoever is the president, the same system of oppression and exploitation and imperialism is going to go on. And now we have Biden and the Biden administration saying their big worry about Ukraine and the Ukraine counteroffensive that's stalled out is that Ukrainians have become casualty averse, meaning they don't want to be killed in the record numbers that they're dying. And the Pentagon is concerned that they're going to use precious supplies and ammunition rather than send more infantry into the minefields. That's the main complaint of the Biden administration and the Pentagon, is that Ukrainians are getting sick and tired of dying in a proxy war that the U.S. has waged, gratuitously against Russia. That won't change no matter who's president. Change will come about, brothers and sisters, comrades, friends, if we make the change. It's if we make the change. And one final point that I want to make, that we are hearing from us, from all of us who are revolutionaries, when the masses of people enter the fray, the revolutionaries will not be as revolutionary as the people. And this is always true. The revolutionaries will be catching up with the revolution once it starts, because the masses of people, once they are engaged, are the most revolutionary force in society. And whenever revolutions happen, beforehand people say, well, revolution will never happen. You see how backward people are? You see how apathetic they are? They're thinking about this, that, and the other. They're not thinking about politics. And then the revolution happens and all the pundits say, that was inevitable. You could see that coming when you put 5 million people and take their doctor away for no reason, when you crush them, when you make millions more homeless while the billionaire class is growing. That was inevitable. It only seems inevitable after the fact. Politics is dynamic. We don't know exactly where we are in the historical continuum. I said the other day, Lenin wasn't predicting the revolution a year before it happened. 5 years before the Civil War erupted that ended, at least formally, the system of slavery. If you had asked people, is the system about to be ended? They would say, no, look at the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 or the Dred Scott decision of 1857. The Supreme Court and the whole country is going south, meaning literally slavery was going to become the social system of the North and the South. And 3 years later, the Civil War started, and 5 years after that, formal slavery was brought to an end. You never know where you are in the historical continuum until afterwards. We can't control that, but we can control us. Yes. Who are we? What are we fighting for? Are we confident? And can we bridge or forge tactics and strategies that can reach our class and mobilize the masses of people? And that question completely is up to us. Do we answer it yes? Or do we say we're unsure? Or do we say we're too busy? Or we answer no? But this assembly today is answering very profoundly, yes, 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 we can do it.
All power. All power. Dear comrades, our day of debate and dialogue is almost coming to an end. But not the struggle. The class struggle never ends. They told us once that history ended in 1991. That there was no reason for people to keep fighting or to ever talk again about socialism. But here we are in the year 2023 with 300 other people in this room talking about socialism. And it's not just the people in this room. It's millions of people all over the planet. Young people, working people, black people, people who refuse to continue living the same way under the same masters. Why did we call this conference a Socialist Horizon? Our enemies keep telling us that socialism has failed, that socialism is a utopia, that socialism is a faraway concept. But when we talk about horizon, what is a horizon? It's that line of sight where the earth and the sky meet, where the impossible meets the possible, where what we think couldn't be done yesterday becomes ever more realistic and concrete in our ongoing struggles. They said that young people would never rise up in this country. Ferguson happened, 2020 happened, and even just the thought of uprising scared some of these people in their boots. But what we've come to today through our debates, through our group work, has revealed a series of conclusions that I want to share with all of you today. These are not my words. These are the results of all of the discussions we've had today, both the formal ones where we've met in groups, but also the informal discussions that have taken place. And there are 6 key conclusions that we wanted to synthesize. 1, there is a force capable of transforming the world. That is the working class. Only the masses of people, of working people, of black and brown people, of poor people in our society are capable of actually making this society better. 2, it's not a coincidence that we're holding this conference in the US South, that we're holding this conference in Atlanta. This region was a motor force in the development of capitalism in the United States. And therefore, it will be necessary for the leadership of the movements and organizations of the South to bring this system down. I want to be more precise with something I said earlier. We built this society, we can destroy this system, and we can build a new one. But that is only possible through people's internationalism, through working class internationalism. We will not defeat capitalism alone from the US South. We will not defeat capitalism alone from the United States. We have a role to play, but we must unite with the revolutionary forces around the planet. Third, and this was a hot topic today, we had a prophet on stage, Eugene Perrier, who brought it out so clearly. We need a communist party. We need organizations. It is not enough. It is not enough to continue building organizations as we have now. We have to take another step, a renewed step into building a new type of organization capable of taking in the aspirations of millions of people in a dynamic process towards revolution. 4, and this came out throughout all the different groups, the solutions we're looking for are already present in our movements and in our everyday struggles. Someone aptly said today that we have to be capable of naming our enemies and the solutions in the same breath. 5, that political and popular education are necessary elements in order for us to build unity and new consciousness among our class and struggles. 6, and lastly, this conversation that we have started today is part of an ongoing struggle that goes back centuries. We are the accumulation of all the struggles that have failed but that have also won throughout the history of humanity and this planet. We have to continue building a collective conversation. We have to continue forging and building collective action. We have to come out of this room with a commitment to building, as a beginning premise, a sense of tactical unity as we move forward. This is not an easy task. This is not an easy task knowing that we have a diversity of organizations. Over 40 different organizations that are here in the room, representing different sectors, different struggles, different movements, different forms of fighting. But if we have been able to be in one room together throughout a day, building common definitions, then that in itself is already the promise that we can begin to build tactical unity. As we go out into the world today, we want to continue to be in conversation with each other, in dialogue with each other. Some of our organizations will be present in South Africa at the next step of this dialogue with hundreds of other revolutionary organizations from around the world. We want to engage as many different organizations to join us online to be a part of that. But more importantly, on the ground here, we want to make a call. If you are interested in not just shouting at imperialism, if you are interested in building with comrades, with brothers and sisters, with people across this country, across our left spectrum, help us build the International People's Assembly in the US. And with this, I want to begin sharing our gratitude for the forces that made this event possible. Firstly, to the fighting people of Atlanta. It was the striking workers, the striking service workers of the South that invited us here. It was the movement to stop Cop City that invited us here. It's the heroic resistance that goes back decades of the civil rights revolution that brought us here. We are grateful to the people of Atlanta and to the people of the South. We're also grateful to all the endorsing organizations, too many to name in one breath, but who all contributed to this success. We're grateful to the speakers, comrades from all generations, from all different movements who came together in what was more than we could have ever expected. It was not just an exchange of ideas. It was actually a communion, a common union of ideas and struggles in light of a common purpose. But all of this is impossible without the working people who actually make this event work. So, if you are a volunteer, raise your hand. If you are a volunteer, raise your hand. Make sure that before you leave this space, you give that volunteer a hug, a high five, a thank you. But we're talking about interpreters, caterers, childcare workers, everyone who pitched in to make this event possible. And lastly, all of you who, being able to be anywhere else on the planet today, you actually chose to be in communion with comrades and brothers and sisters. Right now, our comrades from the Latin America region of the IPA are meeting in Chile. And I want to know if we can send a message to them. Yes? But they're going to have to be able to hear us in Chile. Viva socialism! Viva! Viva socialism! Viva! Viva socialism! Viva! Abash capitalism! Abash capitalism! Viva socialism! Viva! Viva socialism! Viva! Thank you, comrades.
Oh man, all good things come to an end. How y'all feeling? I think y'all feel good. I think y'all feel good. Y'all, it has been a pleasure to spend today with you, building, discussing, exchanging. I'm feeling energized. Are y'all feeling energized? Yeah. Are y'all feeling ready? Yeah. Because it starts today, but we got a lot to do. I'm feeling excited. All right, y'all. So we not gonna end it dry like that. We got some performances for y'all. We got some culture. So super excited. We have a performance by Lingua Franca. You heard them talk. They were dropping bars. Y'all remember Mariah? So Mariah was dropping bars. So we have first a performance by Lingua Franca, and then we have a special set by Atlanta's very own Giella, who is a Afro-Latinx, non-binary, and queer transdisciplinary artist. So are y'all excited? Oh, let's go. Without further ado, I'm gonna pass it over to you.
Check, mic check. Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing, Socialist Horizon? Are y'all ready to get down? Let me hear you make some noise one time. Let's get on into it then. Let's get on into it. This song goes out to all my union brothers and sisters fighting all across the country, all across the South. We're not even talking about 15. We're talking about 25. We're talking about 35. We coming for everything. And a union for all. Hey! This ain't business usual, boss. Nah, y'all ain't finna continue to use us as pawns. We coming for ours. Stacking double using this John. We coming for everything in a union for all. Hey! This ain't business usual, boss. Nah, y'all ain't finna continue to use us as pawns. Coming for ours. stacking double using this John. We coming for everything in a union for all, cause we defining the child care, we the baggage handlers, we care for your elders, we security, we janitors, we making the campus work, stacking hamburgers, and now we standing up, cause every worker on the planet Earth deserves to really thrive in a union for all. I'm talking about 25 in a union for all. We coming for 35 in a union for all. We coming for everything. Courageousness even when it's dangerous to agitate. We've been fighting to hike the wages since 2008. When we changed shifts, wondering whether the patrons came in sick. And how does 25 an hour really pay the rent? Clippers, David and Goliath, we the ones who are giant. And indefatigable alliance. We bargaining together cause we scraping when divided. And it's okay to be afraid, but it's better when you're beside us. Beside it. Hey! This ain't business usual, boss. Nah. They finna continue to use us as pawns. Coming for ours, stacking double using this John. We coming for everything in a union for all. Hey! This ain't business usual, boss. Y'all ain't finna continue to use us as pawns. We coming for ours, stacking double using this John. We coming for everything in a union for all. We coming for health care. We coming for child care. In a union for all. We coming for everything. In a union for all. We coming for everything in a union for all. This goes out to all the black women and girls that have survived racist police terror. Latasha Harlan's looking for you. I ain't never cheated or wrong, ain't never needed a lot of cheese, but Lord of mercy, this the hottest heat. I'm about to pop an artery. Lord, I'm thirsty walking in this liquor mart. This Asian lady spotted me like, what shit was this? Start, stick a target on me if you got her. I just had a cop a bottle of that watery concoction by the strawberries. Show me some camaraderie. You both have probably seen some awful robberies. Know that for Reaper keeping his sickle sharp. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. Riot, riot, riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. Riot. I'm losing cool over nothing, losing count of the comments. Jacuzzi pool home, we're rumbling to the sound of the summer thunderclouds. The ganji got you coughing like where they bury you underground. Down in Bakamich, who go they not on her like it's puppy chow. I'm the hunting hound, bark, bark, bitch. Let me off the leash, take several seats on the park bench. Look me in the eye, what you know about darkness? Please call the police, I dare send the squad of cars in. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. Riot, riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. Riot, riot. So this song goes out to everyone that's fighting for solidarity across races, across classes, across nations. Because this racist government wants us all to believe that we are different. And they're the ones that know what's best for us. But we know if we sit together, that we can do anything. If you believe we can do anything, let me hear you say anything. 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 Hey, hey, if I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. If I die, don't pray, you better riot. 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 If I die, don't pray, you better.
Give it up, give it up, give it up.
So, anyone here heard of a man named Ronald Reagan? Monica's heard of Ronald Reagan. Not a fan, not a fan. Did you know that Ronald Reagan is why we have student loans? Back in the 1970s, when radicals were rising up on student campuses all across California, he publicly said that we have to stop subsidizing intellectual curiosity and began to cut the budgets for the public universities as a tool of social control to prevent people from rising up against war, against racism, against poverty. But the joke's on him, because we're rising up to fight back nonetheless. If the question is student debt, then the answer is cancel. And if the question is medical debt, the answer is cancel. If the question is prison debt, then the answer is cancel. We can do it with the movement, baby. You can bet your ass on that. Question is how much of it? The answer is all of us. If the question is how many for? The answer is all of us. If the question is should debt exist? The answer is abolish it. We could do it if we do it with the union of borrowers. If the question is student debt, then the answer is cancel it. We could do it with the movement of a pen or a pencil. It's just a fancy flick of the hand, and then all of it vanishes. And then all my homies hoping to be parents get a fairer chance. I know y'all hear us in Hyderabad screaming, let us catch our breath a bit. So if the question is, could you shred the records of indebtedness? Well, the answer is just as simple as I said it is. Second question, should I get the pen? They can scatter you and smother you in costs that are uncovered by insurance when your hip is reconstructed. Student loans for studying a subject with substance. The ankle monitor mandated for paying the plug or anything that's starting to sputter. Lately bury you under the interest, wasting your life indentured. 8 to 5 and then some, just to pad their pockets with the payments they invented. Breaking our resistance isn't an accident, it's exactly as it's intended. But the bad news for them is that we're rising up in tenants unions, we're rising up in labor unions, and we're rising up in debtors unions to go on debt strike and fight back. Y'all finished fleecing us with your greasy agreements. We can bring in any if we tell you no and we mean it. Y'all the ones that owe us and we are the ones behemoths. Hold them over, told the fork over till you free us. In our fighting for collective liberation, we be taking on the titans, telling the big bankers we ain't making any payments on our hospitalizations or our course, our credit cards. Tell them they should thank us for all the paper they making off the weight of all our student loans. Can't pay, won't pay. Time to tell them looters no. From Seattle to Nevada, Lewisburg to Louisville. In privatization, erase the debts we shouldn't owe. I'm serious, abolish it. Give us free college in joblessness. Give free health care to all of us. We can't pay, so we won't pay. Unite in debt strike, cause together we own the whole bank. Question is student debt, the answer is canceling. The question is medical debt, the answer is canceling. The question is prison debt. We can do it with the movement, baby. You can bet your ass on. The question is student debt, then the answer is canceling. The question is medical debt. And the answer is prison debt. We can do it with the movement, baby. You can bet your ass on that. If it's student debt, the answer is cancel. If the question is medical debt, if the question is prison debt, we can do it with the movement, baby. You can bet your ass on that. Baby, you can bet your ass on that.
Period.
Thank y'all so much. It's a pleasure to be back here with the Party for Socialism and Liberation at the neighborhood church. Make some noise one time. Make some noise one time for the sound folks making this happen. It's good to be back here. I appreciate the cooperation. Y'all having a good time? Let me hear you make some noise. Excellent. Let's hit it. All right, I'm gonna need y'all help on this one too. Let me hear you go rah rah. Go rah rah. Now go rah rah. Now go rah rah. Let me hear you go rah rah rah. Now go rah rah rah. Cheerleading with that rah 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 is mostly appropriate because motherfuckers raws and scary open and potent as opiates. Harvey yard to these hopelessly dopey kids. In a small pond, I'm the big fish. Let me show you how the ocean swim. But I'm in my apartment like a rat in a cage with the buzzer generated rocket blast me to fame. I got what it takes. Brought rap back from the grave in Athens today. Make a rap boy collapse on his knees when I rap on the stage so passionately. He laughing, acting like I'm speaking backwards Africanese and I'm African made, but also got a master's degree. Get a back to the face faster than Jazz at Cassius Clay. Like, you better hear for the dope about that tenant job, cause you know I got the raw life. You better hear for the dope about that tenant off, cause you know I got the raw life. Ah. You better hear for the dope about that tenant off, cause you know I got the raw life. Ah. You better head to the door. You better head to the door. If white America's scared of us, it's only fair because you gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet. Trauma disproportionately distributed upon the darker skin. It ain't gonna get any better from watching Dr. Philip vanish in the flash of fairy dust. Whirled away by optimism like your Sagittarius. Lifted up by low swinging, coming for the carriers, chariots. Charities cheesing when people thank them very, very, very much. It's walking down every street, knocking on every door, telling the neighborhood we ain't taking it anymore. Restoring the civil rights of every felon that you know. To register to vote, I'm telling it to the polls. Cause if your senator won't take the Black Lives Matter, tell that guy, but mine get the ass up on my ballot. Today we organize more than we complain about it. Eugene for president, Lingua in the cabinet. You better head for the door, but I tell it off, cause you know I got the roller. You better head for the door, but I tell it off, cause you know I got the roller. You better head for the door, but I tell it off, cause you know I got the roller. You better head for the door, you better head. Let me hear you go, rah, rah. Now go, rah, rah. Let me hear you go, rah, rah, rah. Now go, rah, rah, rah. Now go, rah, rah. Now go, rah, rah. Let me hear you go, rah, rah, rah. Go, rah, rah, rah. Now go, viva socialismo. Abolish capitalism. I know that's right. I know that's right. Make some noise for Giella one time. We have tried literally 4 different times now to perform together, but capitalism was like, that's a duo. We cannot allow to walk this earth for exactly the reason you're seeing now. Bunch of socialists and radicals in the building together, getting down. But shout out, they're gonna have a great set after this, so please stick around. Let's keep it moving. Oh, we up against a lot, like Brother Phil said. It's bitter, but this is our wine. So this song's a little bit about some of the bitterness of the wine that we gotta drink of to get drunk on the socialism that awaits us. In suits with the nuclear launchers, it's the time of monsters. Godless and rotten, I rock to Jakarta to Gaza. It's the time of monsters. The truth is assaulted as proof that we lost at the onset. It's the time of monsters, goons and imposters, and it won't stop till they all dead. My head is spinning round like a merry-go till I'm yakking sounding like Shakira on the stereo. Not that Jack and Cherry Coke, it's the kerosene, the aerosol dropping canaries cold. Now the brother Marty was barely grown. Baba sobbing like the bottom octave of a baritone. Watching his like burial. Cop said that his anger had been flared up. Block said, hey, you better prepare yourself. Keep a monitor past the binoculars and dropping periscope. Standing in Leslie open to the hospices of Robin Hood. We got no other option. Take a portion of the pot, distribute it to the burial. Marching into Congress, take it all across America. It's the time of monsters, goons and imposters in suits with the nuclear launchers. It's the time of monsters, godless and rotten, I rock to Jakarta to Gaza. It's the time of monsters, Putin's assaulted as proof that we lost at the onset. It's the time of monsters, goons and imposters, and it won't stop till we all. This one goes out to Ernesto Guevara, to St. Louverture, to Thomas St. Cara. This one goes out to the Indian farmers who march in contempt of a lawless free market. This one goes out to the kids that are strong, and the kids in Nigeria fighting the SARS. Kids being martyred in Myanmar. Never forget what they marching and dying for. Never forget the war crimes, forces they fight now. They are their grave sacrifices inspiring. Never forget the injustice societal. Always remember the millions of mightier. The millions are mightier. The millions are mightier. Let me hear you say, the millions are mightier. Hey, the millions are mightier. It's the time of monsters, goons and imposters, suits with the nuclear launchers. It's the time of monsters, godless and rotten, I rock to Jakarta to Gaza. It's the time of monsters, truth is assaulted as proof that we lost at the onset. It's the time of monsters, goons and imposters, and they won't stop till we all do. And they won't stop till we all dead. And they won't stop, but will we stop? No. Are we gonna stop? Are we going to let them define the future of the planet? No. Are we going to let them destroy countries with imperialist war? No. Are we going to let them keep our communities in poverty? No. Are we going to build socialism? Yeah. Excellent. I was just making sure, because after today, I wasn't sure. I was like, are these people trying to build socialism? I'm just playing. Thanks again for all of the amazing panelists that brought such hope and vision. Make some noise for people like Eugene and Brian and all of y'all who are here right now that made today such a stirring set of conversations. Let's keep it popping. I rap a lot about social change, but sometimes it's fun to rap about shaking your ass. Oh, you can do both. I don't pioneer doing both. I think I have a special brand of doing both. But I need your help. See, they know what's good. Y'all know it. Yes, there we go. Yes. Everybody, let's go. This is the ass shaking song, so don't be afraid. Let's get it. Will you love me like you do? You love me like you do. You love me like I'm good. You love me like you're sure. You love me like I should. But I'm not ready to. Love me good. Love me good. My flow disgusting like fruitcake. Leave them struggling with toothache. When I rat on niggas like it's caterpillars in a shallow river road. Cool rain. Ain't miss me with that group think. I'm City Hall every Tuesday. I'm pissing off all of the power dealers and kissing on all of the cute gay. If she's that embittered with an average figure, I might shower with her. Is that bad to consider? Is it in the drag that your girl in my lap begin like she a napkin agenda? She was a capitalist, unattracted to women until I came back in on Tinder. Now she likes Jacobin and dropping banners from bridges and dunking on fascists with glitter. Hey. Will you love me like you do? You love me like you do. You love me like I'm good. You love me like you're sure. You love me like I should. But I'm not ready to. Love me good. Love me good. Love me. She dealing with imposter syndrome. Ain't knowing how hot she is. Even though it's an obvious. These niggas steady plotting leave. I'm salty like they gossiping at the Oscars like they lobster bitch. Yeah, that's my bitch. That's my bitch. That's my bitch. She Betty, yeah, she wild as shit. She cringy, but she prosperous. Bewitching with a foxiness. She magic, yeah, she's sorceress. She glossy like she phosphorus. I'm fire, but she's oxygen. She's marvelous. Yeah, that's my bitch. That's my bitch. And back when it went off the pill, she called me in the hospital to tell me that she loved me more than popsicles. To fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose with our change. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. Love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose with our change. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our change. We have nothing to lose but our chains. If you believe it, let me hear you make some noise. Y'all make me believe it. Y'all really do make me believe it, though. Make some noise one time for yourselves for being such inspiring revolutionaries.
Period. Give it up, give it up.
So I believe this is my last song.
This is the last joint.
Okay. Before we go, I want to thank one more time all the conference organizers and people who made it logistically possible to be in this building. Show some love for yourselves. Show some love for yourselves. I got to shout out the child care room because I had a 2-year-old today But you couldn't even tell.
That's it.
But you
That's
couldn't
it.
even tell.
That's it.
All right. This last song is about what Karina said to end out our panel. Seizing those 100 top companies in the United States and redistributing that economic power for the working people. This song is called Work. Communication Workers of America. United Campus Workers of Georgia, 3265. Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on? Everybody say.
Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on?
Everybody say. Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on? Matthew Johnson say. Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on?
We on the people's side.
Workers ship the boxes, they swiffer and they mop and look chipper when never talking. Whipping the shopping carts, they pack the beer in the walk-ins, stack the weird little cartons, keep our kitchen fridges stocked. Our financial market solvent, they clocking for a pithy $50. Bear the coffin, they're like 60 thrifty trucks, get spit on like sitting ducks. They are sick of getting fucked, so you ever wanted to honor them? Here's my ask for all my hominids, collective bargaining. Amazon and Target and FedEx and Walmart, Instacart and Whole Foods, till we all get what we ought to get. Workers run the company, there isn't any argument. So are you with them? Are you in?
Hey, hey, hey.
El Pueblo Unido, jamás será. Jamás será vencido. Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on?
Everybody.
Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on?
Hey, hey, hey.
Which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on?
Everybody say.
Which side are you on?
Imagine a minute. Millions of average women and men in the attractive position of trading in passion for wages and cash because they shackled by capitalism. Imagine a minute. Millions of average citizens planting the spinach, waxing the kitchens and stacking the linens, contractors and renters and tenants, labor extracted for pittance. What if they coordinated to address the sordid state of it in an organization? Guess fucking what? That's what organized labor does, and not even sort of. It's more of the crux, taking the power from hoarders of bucks, bankers offshoring they cuts, returning the value of labor to those who create it. Billionaires owe it to us. So if you dated in Starly by waking up early to earn a bag, if you sad about burning, if you gotta carry a journey, how do it passively like that? We got your back and we happy to have you out on the picket line, actively working. Go, which side are you on? Everybody say, which side are you on? My people, which side are you on? Everybody say, which side are you on? My people, which side? Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. El Pueblo Unido, jamás será vencido. El Pueblo Unido, jamás será vencido. El Pueblo Unido, jamás será vencido. Jamás será vencido. Jamás será vencido.
And y'all give it up. Give it up for Lingua Franca.
Thank you all very much, ladies. Lingua Franca. Up next, make some noise for Giella. Let's get it poppin', hey.
See, she's telepathic.
So I'm just DJing for y'all now. So y'all chilling, y'all doing whatever feels good.
Deja vu, a tough man. We go missing by the hundreds. The camera loves us, Oscar doesn't. They want us in the kitchen, kill our sons with lynchings. We get loud about it. Oh, now we're the bitches. Look at what they did to my sister.
America has a problem. America has a problem. America has a problem.
Me dijo que le compré 2 patés, uno en blanco y amarillo y con el Richard ya son 3. No le gustan la cartera Louis Vuitton, le gustan las Hermes que valen un riñón.
Yo soy su nuevo rum rum. En la maleta cargan los boom. Te pasamos por la olla, hacemos zoom. Ocupo su asiento con mi pum. El prima yo alba, yo soy su nuevo rum rum. En la maleta cargan los boom. Te pasamos por la olla, hacemos zoom. Ocupo su asiento con mi pum pum. Ladies aquí, ladies allá, botella en el cielo, un flow ratata. Colombia en la casa me llaman mis pepas. Quieren ponerle la carne hasta arepa. Bendeció, me vende, mami, todo es mío. Lo despierto si está dormido, dándome a M como mío. Tu culo bendeció, me dice, mami, todo es mío. Lo despierto si está dormido, dándome a M como mío. Un culo bendeció, me bendeció, me bendeció, me bendeció, le bendeció, le bendeció, le bendeció, le puleció, me 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 puleció.
Llegando al safari
Communist Party, as a Marxist. I see working people as being the agents of revolution, and I see black working people, Chicano working people, Puerto Rican working people as being in the vanguard of that revolution. Sometimes when I talk about the question of the working class, I've confronted situations where black people, and most of them are non-working people, say, what's all that worker talk?
Ese amor llega así, esta manera, no tiene la culpa. Caballo le dan sabana, porque es muy despreciado, por eso no te perdono llorar. Ese amor llega así, esta manera, no tiene la culpa.
Traz a lenha pro fogão, vem fazer a maçã. Hoje é dia de sol, alegria de tonhão, vem curtir o verão. Vem Magalenha Rojão, traz a lenha pro fogão, vem fazer a maçã. Hoje é dia de sol, alegria de tonhão, vem curtir o verão. Tê, 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 tê. y'all.